Welcome, everybody. Hopefully everything is working. I think it is. Let me just pop out the chats and stuff so that I can see what's happening here. 1 second. I'm gonna try to find a specific thing to watch here. What's this?
See what the people you deem not worthy. See what happened. Her son, a woman who came here as a maid, the lowest of jobs, would raise a son who would become a real estate mogul and the 45th and 47th president of the United States of America.
Right, they're celebrating Trump as the ultimate immigration success story. That is insane. The dude who is trying to destroy immigrants' lives at any cost, at the cost of the Constitution. That sounds right. Hang on. Just making sure I'm connected. Kitty Mom is here. It appears as though I'm on YouTube, but I just want to make sure that everything is working properly. Okay, let's keep looking.
The whole point of having a civil society that recognizes the principles of religious freedom is so that we can go and evangelize, so that we can practice our faith, so that we can train up our children in the way they should go. So as Proverbs says, when they're old, they won't depart from it. It's so that we can preserve and protect the Christian way of life. I mean, we don't have all
these people are psychotic. Check it out. It's Dan Bongino. What's he got to say?
All America, all the time. Sit down, buckle up, and get ready for the Dan Bongino Show.
Yeah, man, buckle up for this one because we're going to play a little bit of Dan Bongino Show historical footage to show you that I have been saying.
Am I the only one that's kind of offended that he called the maid the lowest of the low? Yeah, that's a good point. They don't have any respect for anybody who makes less than, who has less than $10 million in the bank. They have no respect for those people, so.
The same thing for a really long time, and we've got the receipts to back it up. I want to address a couple things right away at the beginning of the show. Number one.
Okay. This is Dan Bongino, the previous deputy director of the FBI. I want to see what he has to say here. I think it's, what was this? Obama says the unthinkable. Bound to be absolutely psychotic. Let's see what he says.
For a really long time, and we've got the receipts to back it up.
He doesn't. Spoiler alert, he doesn't.
I want to address a couple things right away at the beginning of the show. Number one, the hantavirus story on the cruise ship. Very serious story.
Oh, suddenly you accept the fact that pandemics happen in the world, that this is real? Is it weird to anyone else that God keeps sending plagues every time Trump is in office? Is that just me? Hang on, let me let the cat out. He wants out. 1 second. Okay, let's continue.
Obviously, there's been some tragic deaths.
All right, actually, let me take a screenshot of this and set a new thumbnail.
One death from this is too many.
Did you say that about COVID?
However, during the 10 years of my life, I was in security advance work. We had if there was a platinum rule of golden rules, like a set of golden rules, and then platinum on top of it, the number one rule was this: Don't shit the bed.
That's never been a problem for me. And I've never heard of that rule before.
Don't panic.
Okay, that's different.
I'm already seeing it. Media hysteria, the way people whittle away your rights and get you to willingly forfeit, like many people did, away their money, their freedom, put a mask on, get this shot, all this stuff. The way they do that is they're panicked and freaked out because some people, not you, buy into it.
Not you. Okay. I think it's wise to not panic, but to be vigilant, to be prepared and all of that stuff. But you know what? We've been through a pandemic before. We know how this works. It wasn't even that long ago. We know how to handle things. I don't worry at all. I've learned that society is really like we're really very good at kind of coming together in tough moments and figuring out how to handle hard situations. So anyway, I think we'll be okay. I think it's going to be okay.
We're not doing that again. I'm going to play a clip the guys found this morning.
All right, you dumb motherfuckers, rub your faces on each other while you're sick. I don't care. Go nuts. The rest of us who aren't complete fucking idiots will be careful. Yes, the hantavirus is something to be concerned about, but I think it's contained right now. It's the thing.
This was during peak COVID. What was it? March of 2020, right? These guys just pulled it. We're not doing that again, folks. We are going to slowly, logically, using reason, talk about this story because I'm not letting this happen again.
Bro, are you capable of logical thought?
Sorry. I got that. Also, I'm asked all the time, was just asked by Sean Hannity on his podcast I did, the Hangout with Hannity podcast. Some of you saw. Thank you for the feedback. I am asked all the time. One question I get about my other job in the FBI I just got out of.
Right, he quit the FBI. I believe. I believe that's because. Oh my God! I hit a button and it just fucked everything.
In case you missed it, some of you may have. I'm gonna tell you, because what Barack Obama.
Damn it, dude! I hit a button and it messed everything up. That sucks. All right, let me just grab this video if I can. It's not done recording, it's a live stream, so I'm not sure how that's going to work. I may not be able to get it at all. All right, maybe I can't. That sucks.
Because some people, not you, buy in.
All right, anyway. All right, let's continue.
2020, right? These guys just pulled it.
Because he was in the FBI for a while there. I think he is one example of somebody who is honest, is in his insanity. He's out of his gourd, but he's a real, true believer. And when he saw all the charlatans and scam artists in the Trump administration, I think he felt that he couldn't bring himself to be part of it, and that's why he quit. I don't know.
We're not doing that again, folks. We are going to slowly, logically, using reason, talk about this story because I'm not letting this happen again. Sorry. I got that. Also, I'm asked all the time, was just asked by Sean Hannity on his podcast I did, the Hangout with Hannity podcast. Some of you saw. Thank you for the feedback. I am asked all the time. One question I get about my other job in the FBI I just got out of is what was with the tweet, the shock to my core? Well, in case you missed it, some of you may have, I'm going to tell you.
Oh my God, dude. He started a conspiracy theory by saying, I'm shocked to my core when he got into the FBI. And QAnon is just running away with it, doesn't know how to handle it, and believes he's sending secret messages to them through their tinfoil fucking hats. And now he's going to tell us what he meant when he said shocked to his core. Here we go.
Because what Barack Obama, former president, said the other day on, was it Colbert's show? No, we're not. No. Sorry.
I think he's talking about when Obama I think he's talking about when Obama said Colbert could be president. He was joking, and Colbert said, "Can I take that as an endorsement?" And Obama said, "You cannot." He said the bar is really low. Pretty much anybody can be president at this point. And and Colbert, it was just a comedy bit. I think that's what he's referring to.
No, we're not doing that. I know things too, Mr. President, and so do you. Not pretending I was at your level. You were the president. I was just the deputy director of the FBI, but it's not a small thing. And I'm not letting you get away with this. No.
Okay, yeah. Obama, the root of all evil, trying to get away with shit. All right, go on.
Chance. That's what shocked me to my core. I was shocked again listening to him talk about this on Colbert. I got a lot. Hopefully we'll get to this Maha segment. I got 2 pages of stuff today.
Great. Fucking get to it. Why are you telling us you have a bunch of shit? Just get to the shit. This is a real problem when writing my book. I had a bad habit of saying, boy, you're going to be excited about this. Boy, this was fucking crazy. You're not going to believe this. Instead of just fucking saying, just state the thesis and then lay out the logic and then make the argument at the end. You don't have to talk about all the shit that you have. Just fucking get it out.
It's a loaded show. Let's get to it. If you haven't taken care of the important moms in your life, first responders is the house.
Wait, what's the advertising here? allfamilypharmacy.com/Bongino. Okay.
Maintenance medication.
Did he say ivermectin just now?
Sale and for an emergency to happen. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com.
Oh my God. All right. I'm jumping past the ad. Jesus Christ.
Teresa said that yesterday too. Full of energy. I slept really good last night. Sleep is the ultimate life hack. So thank you, Guy. Appreciate that. I'm going to play this first. I just want to get to this hantavirus story. And I want to prove to you that when everyone else, not everyone else, but a lot of content creators and cable news hosts,
hey, that's me.
We're freaking out. Everyone's going to die. Put your
I never said everyone was going to die.
Mask on.
Nobody's saying put your mask on. What are you smoking, Dan? Are you fucking kidding me? Who the fuck said put a mask on for the hantavirus? Not one single human being said that.
Inject 1,000 things. Everyone's dying all over. This is the most dangerous plague in human history.
Nobody said any of that shit. You're creating a fictitious scenario in your head and bitching about it. Chill the fuck out, Dan.
It's like the seventh sign. No. You have an outbreak of a virus on a ship. Here's a Fox News story. Yes, people die. It's tragic. It's really awful.
Yeah, and we don't want more people to die. He is advocating for completely ignoring it, I guess. Is that the bit here? Is that what he's saying? I mean, there's nothing for us to do right now. We can't wear masks to avoid it or any of that because it's not in our area. It has not left the ship, to my understanding so far. But you should certainly care about it at least, right?
Everyone hold. We're not going down this road again. Check this out.
So far, 3 people have died during this suspected hantavirus outbreak. In total, the World Health Organization has confirmed 3 cases and suspects 5 others. As for the rest of the nearly 150 passengers who are still on board, including 17 Americans, well, they're on the move now. The MV Hondias is heading from the West African coast on its way to Spain's Canary Islands. The vessel is expected to dock in Tenerife maybe as soon as Saturday, where the Spanish health minister says everyone on board will undergo medical tests.
You know what concerns me? when an empire falls, it's usually because it's been completely hollowed out with corruption over a short period of time, and there's no money left to handle serious crises. So when the next serious crisis hits, like a hurricane, a major hurricane, or like, a pandemic or something, there's no money left to help the people, and they have to rely on each other from then on. The legitimacy of the government collapses. Like, nobody trusts the government anymore, and nobody will make deals with the government or any of that. This could be that thing that pushes the United States into full decline. I mean, we're already in decline, but it could push us into free fall, I guess you could say.
And if they're healthy, they'll be permitted to travel back to their home countries.
Okay, very serious. We understand. No one wants hantavirus. The Andes version of it, the other version of it, nobody wants that. It could be spread through mice and their droppings. Horrible, very lethal. I told you this when COVID was breaking out back in 2020. I'll play the
Wait, do you believe that COVID was real, Dan?
clip in a second. I hate playing clips for myself. By the way, this clip I'm playing next could be an ad for Brickhouse Lean, too, because I was about 30 pounds heavier and my hair was...
Oh, my God. Yes, you were so handsome, Dan. You were the most beautiful man alive at the time. Better looking than Obama.
A little bit longer back then. You'll see it coming up. There are two things you need to concern yourself with in every viral outbreak. No, and none of those two things are hysteria. Ignore the hysteria. I'm not suggesting that Fox clip was a pretty basic journalism clip, but I'm already seeing people online freaking out, ex-posts. Yeah, we're all going to die. We're not. Everybody calm the down. You need to concern yourself with two things. Please look this up. I'm not a doctor or a virologist, but this is pretty common sense stuff. How contagious is it? It is called an R-naught. You can look it up. The R-naught is, on average, how many people an infected person is going to infect.
Yep. I think we learned all of this during COVID, if I remember correctly.
The irony of a disease like a virus like hantavirus is once you come down with symptoms, it's so lethal that you will likely, which is sad, but however, it's a math problem at that point, you are not very likely to infect a high number of people because you show symptoms relatively quickly and you're going to die. That's not a good thing, but it stops exponential explosion of the virus into a pandemic.
Yep.
That sounds weird, but it's true.
It doesn't sound weird. That's just how it works.
The more lethal and quickly the onset of symptoms for a virus, the less likely it's going to explode into a pandemic. That's why COVID created such a unique problem. And of course, the lethality of the second part, by the way, is lethality. So you have the R-naught, how contagious is it, and how many people die and how quickly. Those are the only two things you need to know. If it's very lethal, it's an inverse relationship. The more lethal is it, the R-naught's lower, because it kills you before you can spread it. That's why the flu and COVID, the R-naughts are very high, because symptoms take a bit. And in COVID, the lethality rate was way overestimated. You know how many people were killed by interventions like ventilators? Yes, COVID.
Wait, how many people were killed by ventilators? I don't believe you. Hang on, let's see. Hang on. Okay, I'm just looking this up. Early COVID ventilator protocols were too aggressive. In the first months, spring 2020, doctors were intubating patients earlier than necessary based on initial guidance. Mortality rates for ventilated COVID patients were extremely high. Some early studies showed 70 to 80% death rates on vents. As clinicians learned more, protocols shifted toward high flow oxygen, proning, and delaying intubation, which improved outcomes significantly. So it's not that people were killed by ventilators. It's not that the intervention is what killed most people. It's that we were learning how to treat the condition in real time. The doctors were learning how to treat the condition in real time. And that's going to come with some casualties when we don't understand what we're dealing with yet. That's just how it works, obviously. No, doctors are not literally omnipotent. Just looking here. This is a completely different... I'm sorry. This is a completely different pathogen, though. The two are not really even comparable. They transmit differently, they act differently, they're just different. And treating it like COVID is a mistake. I understand.
It was the cause of their death, but it was the intervention. I want to play this clip from peak COVID. I don't like playing clips of myself because it's stupid, because I can...
Yes, you already said that, Dan. I'm sure you're super handsome in this clip. Please just play it.
Say it again. But I get this a lot from people who are like, well, where were you during COVID? Well, I can tell you, we were warning people, don't sell your stocks. Please don't panic. Please don't freak out.
Well, as it turns out, it was probably a wise decision to panic and freak out a little bit for COVID.
I don't trust what's coming out of officials. I think Trump was the only one. Like, this thing probably came from China. And then you got a bunch of people in his office, lobbying him to panic, and he wouldn't do it.
What? How were they lobbying Trump to panic? What did they want him to do that would be panicking exactly? That doesn't make any sense.
You had Fauci and these others. Check out this clip. And again, this could be an ad for like weight loss product. It was like 30 pounds heavier. Check this out. I think the panic around coronavirus.
Okay, nobody noticed how heavy you were, Dan. If you had just kept your fucking mouth shut, nobody would have thought about it twice. Now we're thinking about how... Honestly, does he think he was heavier in this clip or in the current clip? I'm not even sure.
The question, the only question here, is the panic surrounding coronavirus. Again, not helped by many in the media. The price we're putting on coronavirus, which is now severe. We're in like severe mode now. Commensurate with the threat. I made this point over and over, and I will continue to do it like a broken record because it matters. The question is not, is the coronavirus a threat? That is obvious. Yes, it is obviously a threat, and a serious one.
I kind of surprised that he played this clip again, considering the fact that he's, part of the movement that doesn't want to accept that COVID is dangerous or whatever, right?
Period. Full, complete, total stop. The question is, are the costs we're imposing on everyone, panic sell-offs, you're sweeping out of toilet paper and hand sanitizer in stores. You can't even find some, toilet paper in some places. Are these commensurate with the threat? Or are they commensurate with the threat the media is telling you?
Oh, fucking please, dude. The media was not telling anybody, or let me rephrase. The media was not the problem with COVID, okay? It was the once in 100 years pandemic. That was the problem. These people are always looking for a reason to blame the media for shit. It's fucking disgusting, truthfully.
Is the threat. Remember, sometimes the media is telling you a story, not the story. Guys, whatever, man. I've been saying the same thing since the show started in 2015. Don't fall for a story. Follow the story. Even
What the fuck does that even mean? That's completely unintelligible. Don't fall for a story, follow the story. That's nonsense.
if it means doing your own homework. I'm leaving this here.
Okay, doing your own homework has been the problem consistently with MAGA. Please don't tell him to do that.
I'm begging you as a friend. You guys have been with me and ladies for a long time. Don't get into another one of these traps about the hantavirus or the next virus either, because there's always going to be one around the corner.
Fucking nonsense, dude. Really.
Do your homework. What's the R naught? What's the lethality? Preventative measures. Do the smart stuff. Wash your hands. Stay away from sick people. And do not shit the bed under any circumstances. We're not going through that thing again with the mask panic, shut down. I remember going in.
You know what I learned? I learned that a lot of the time, the people who suffered the most from refusing to be careful were the people who refused to be careful. You know what, Dan? You don't want to wear a mask. You want to hold parties or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Get yourself killed. They spread it faster, but something that I realized is that it was going to spread anyway through the population. And it was more about flattening the curve so that hospitals were not completely overrun. It was more about that than preventing any single individual from getting it. After all of the God, I completely lost my train of thought. Son of a bitch. That sucks. After everything we learned in COVID, I think that we could make it through another pandemic and we would be okay for the most part. I realize that pandemics, by their nature, are unlikely to be pandemics of mass death. Because if there's mass death, if the R naught is too high, as he said, if there are too many people dying from something, then it has a hard time transmitting. So the most deadly virus that we could probably have as a pandemic is probably around where COVID was. I don't want to go through all of that again. It was a mess. But you know what? We're a lot more experienced now. We learned what was a bad idea and what was a good idea. We learned how to deal with schooling. We learned what we should and shouldn't do regarding remote learning and stuff. A lot of children are really behind as a result of the remote learning stuff during COVID. But we were trying to flatten the curve and save people's lives. Would we do things differently? I think we would. And I think it would be okay. I think we would find a way to do it more logically and safely, honestly. Anyway, the point is, Dan Bongino is completely full of shit. Nobody should be listening to him.
In a local supermarket here, they were like, this aisle is one way. Are you fucking kidding me?
One-way aisles? I don't remember that. What are you talking about? One-way grocery aisles? I remember we got a lot of takeout. Not takeout, but delivery. I mean, we got groceries delivered and stuff like that a lot.
Yeah, what is this, a street with a stop sign? Like, no, you got to walk down this aisle and up the next one. I just intentionally went the other way.
Just to be a shithead, huh? Not to cooperate and work with people and try to help keep people safe and do your part just because you wanted to be a shithead. Okay, I can see that, actually. Yeah, that checks out. Seems like the kind of person you are.
The arrows, just to have someone tell me that so I could tell them how stupid of an idea that was. I'm not kidding. They tried to throw me out of the supermarket.
I don't believe you, honestly. I've never heard of a one-way aisle in a supermarket as a result of COVID. I mean, one-way aisles exist, But you're telling me that they were trying to prevent COVID by setting up a one-way aisle in the supermarket? Did I just completely miss this phenomenon? Is this real? Grocery stores did that here. Okay. All right. I guess I just missed that phenomenon.
Like, I'm not listening to this stupidity. I nearly got thrown out of a dermatologist's office, too, because I'm like, I'm not wearing that mask.
Oh, so you just wanted to be a shithead. It was all about being a shithead. I see. Okay.
All right, let's move on. Please don't fall for this again. Everybody chill. And do not sell your stocks again. You know how many people lost money on that? I begged you. We're going to cut that clip, too.
Well, I mean, stocks dropped dramatically, so there's that. It might have been a wise decision for people to move their money around a little bit, actually. In reality, when you're dealing with finances, it's probably wise to not move your money. If you're in index stocks. If you're invested in individual stocks, then you're an idiot and you should invest in indexes instead. But if you're invested in index stocks, don't sell on the dip. Buy on the dip. Don't sell more, buy more when it's low. It will eventually go back up. Don't panic on the stock market, is my advice.
Justin saw it this morning. He's like, remember you telling people not to sell their stocks? The Dow's at 50,000 now. If you would have held on to your stocks, you're up like 4 or 5x. I was like, please don't sell your stocks. I'll buy them. And I don't want to buy them on the cheap. All right. So you guys have our Nothing is Happening file. I've got a couple additions today to the Nothing is Happening file.
Yeah, it's a wise decision to not sell when things start going nuts. I think the stock market moves around as much as it does in intensely concerning situations because massive firms are selling off, tons and tons and tons of money and moving it into government bonds or something instead. And individuals see that and they're like, oh shit, the stock market's going down. I better sell before it gets too low. That's a bad idea. If you're in index stocks, just hold. The Nothing's Happening files? What the hell am I looking at?
The irony here is some of the people out there who were COVID doomers, and I think you guys know where I'm going with this. Some of the same people who were COVID doomers, we're all going to die, are the same people who were Trump 47 doomers too. Nothing is...
Wait, who the fuck said we're all going to die during COVID? I don't remember that. I remember people being very concerned about it, rightly. It was a concerning fucking situation, obviously, and we should be worried about that, and we should be careful. And you know what? Those who were Trump 47 doomers, yeah. I think it's fair to say that it was bad. That was very bad. Trump winning the election was fucking terrible. Erasing our rights actively.
It's happening ever. The more stuff happens, we add to the nothing. We're going to have to dump this segment, too, because it's getting almost ridiculous at this point. But it's meant as a joke to highlight that there are a bunch of people pretending to be inside the MAGA tent that don't give a shit about you at all. They're only here to destroy. So a lot of stuff happened yesterday. Over the last year, one of the things we were intensely focused on at the FBI, Cash and I both, and the Trump administration, at large, was public corruption. You don't have faith in elections and you don't have faith in public officials. The entire constitutional republic, thread by thread, gets pulled apart. So we just pulled some reminders of some of the things that didn't happen, that the Nothing is Happening people are telling you are nothing, but were actually something. Of course, we had the Florida Congresswoman who was doing some business, according to the allegations, with government after some fraud was uncovered.
Wait, what's all this? Disgraced Dem cut off from doing business with government after alleged outright fraud. Of course, this is on Fox News, completely untrustworthy. But let me see if I can just get some info on this one. I wonder why they're focusing on this instead of the fact that Donald Trump is doing full market manipulation with the Iran war. Why do you think they're focused on some random nobody? Is this even real? I don't know. Instead of Trump's full-blown market manipulation. What about the TikTok video of the guy having a breakdown over his family getting vaccinated? That's a good point. I forgot about that. Yeah, the COVID doomers. Yeah, here. The COVID doomers, huh? Telling me... Oh, this is my book. That's unrelated. Telling me about the COVID doomers. Dad trying to buy me off from getting the vaccine.
I don't want money, though. Like,
I know you don't, but I don't know what else to do.
you didn't do this to Michael and Kelsey. They already got it.
Don't you think I know that? Don't you think I know that? Why do you think I'm fucking crazy? Your mother got it. Why do you think I'm fucking crazy? My family is gone. My family is gone. By the end of this flu season, most of you will be dead. What the fuck do you expect me to be?
Okay.
That's sad. That is fucking sad. Okay, now tell me more about COVID doomers. Apparently this is real. This woman had ethics violations. The problem is that they're not paying any attention. Yes, get rid of her. Absolutely, 100%. She's a Democrat, and apparently she's bad. What about what's going on with Donald Trump? Why aren't you talking about that? Seriously. The dude is fucking corrupt as they come. He is he is doing market manipulation. Are you shitting me right now? You're not going to say a fucking word about that? That is way worse than what this woman did. Not even close.
Actually, something. Of course, we had the Florida Congresswoman who was doing some business, according to the allegations, with government after some fraud was uncovered. We started with that, and we had the Bolton case as well.
Right. John Bolton, I believe that case is bullshit. I believe that is Trump trying to destroy his political enemies. I don't know. I don't like Bolton. He's a scumbag. He's a neocon. He's a piece of shit. The architect of the Iraq war. So I'm not like carrying water for this dude or defending his reputation, but I think this is a pretty clear case of Donald Trump using his position to destroy his political enemies, as far as I can tell.
Still going on. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. The former Gavin Newsom aide, chief of staff, that case is still going on. There were more, of course. The New Orleans mayor was indicted.
Absolutely, yeah. So are you going to talk about Donald Trump doing market manipulation, scamming his followers out of shitloads of money by selling them a meme coin? You going to talk about that, any of that at all? Literally any of it? No? Nothing?
This is all just during our tenure over the last year. Of course, things they say never happen.
Who the fuck is they? Who said these things never happened?
Had Kathy Hochul's and Cuomo's aide. Cuomo's, accused of those charges there. You can see on the screen. These are all cases, again, you were told weren't happening. Comey, you know about that. Still going on.
I'm sorry. We were told these things weren't happening. What are you talking about?
So, of course, these are nothing's happening cases. Well, the nothing is happening file, we're starting to expand that on the public corruption front, because if you believe this, I'm sorry, you're just being misled by a bunch of, COVID doomers who are now political doomers trying to get you to believe everything sucks all the time, even though you live in the greatest country on earth. Here's another headline out of NBC News. I just don't want to be accused of using only right-leaning sources.
DOJ sends subpoena to Georgia officials for personal information about 2020 election workers. Yes, that's bad. That's not a good thing. I don't like. Is he saying that this is good, that he wants this to happen? Donald Trump trying to get the personal information of election workers in Georgia right now? What is wrong with you? Holy shit, dude. I'm getting bodied by this little creature here.
Department of Justice sends a subpoena to Georgia officials for personal information about 2020 election workers. I thought nothing was happening there either. I don't understand. What do you think a subpoena is? What do you think a grand jury subpoena is?
What are you talking about? Nothing is happening here. No, everybody knows that Donald Trump is trying to get the personal identifying information about election workers in Georgia.
What do you think it's a receipt from a supermarket? What do you think that is? Oh, but it's happening too slow. That's the way the justice process works, folks. Sorry. Nothing is happening is not a thing. That it's happening too slow because you don't like the process, fine, fair enough. Maybe we can make some legislative fixes, hire 1,000 more judges, 10x the Justice Department, and we can make things move faster. But the Justice Department was designed to move slow. Of course, this morning was a huge, huge day for DOJ as well, because this week, and they've been moving on a lot, Political Playbook doesn't even like the Trump agenda. It's quote, this was their email this morning. This is like the Bible for everyone in politics in D.C. who reads this email every morning. Playbook, quite a day at DOJ. Here's a lot more of nothing that's happening. DOJ unsettled Virginia politics with its Louise Lucas raid. We'll get to that. They kicked off an investigation of Fairfax County's top prosecutor. That's a separate case, by the way. They sued Colorado over its large capacity gun magazine ban. And they promised to step up denaturalizations of immigrant citizens who are obviously accused of crime. That's a lot of nothing's happening in a week.
I don't understand what he's talking about. Like, nobody says that literally nothing is happening. We can clearly see that things are happening. What's the point he's making here? I don't understand.
It's a lot of nothing, man. Don't fall for the doom and gloom.
Wait, is this intended to push back against the nothing ever happens people? Though it's like a right-wing movement, kind of. It's a right-wing doomer movement who is dead set on convincing everybody that like nothing is ever going to happen. And a lot of these memes that they show to prove nothing ever happens include things like, remember that asteroid that passed by Earth not too long ago? And they said it was going to hit Earth. And then it just like never hit Earth. Like nobody ever said it was going to hit Earth. They said it had a chance of coming very close to Earth and doing another pass in 2028 or something. And if it hit the right keyhole, it had a 2 or 3% chance of running into India or something like that. You know, like, these people are absolutely out of their fucking gourds. Do you know why nothing ever happens, actually? Now I'm debunking the same idiots that Dan Bongino is debunking. Nothing ever happens because people set out to prevent those things from ever happening.
Here is a Fox News report about an explosive case that's been going on for a long time about a established Democrat politician, again, from the public corruption file. All these are allegations, of course. Everyone's entitled their day in court. We believe in that in a republic. You can't argue nothing's happening.
Notice he didn't call it a democracy. It's because he doesn't believe in democracy.
Check this out.
These are court-authorized criminal search warrants that they are issuing. They're going into the building behind me. This is the office here in Portsmouth of State Senator Louise Lucas. You can likely see some of the FBI agents.
Them done due to gridlock or due to...
What happened? It flipped.
I've explained it a couple times here. They were like,
wait, did it end? Is that what it is? Hold on.
Hoover, please don't fall for this.
I think it might be over. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's over. Okay. Where were we? This is very frustrating. Maybe we were right here, I think.
What's happening? Check this out.
These are court-authorized criminal search warrants that they are issuing, and they're going into the building behind me. This is the office here in Portsmouth of State Senator Louise Lucas. You can likely see some of the FBI agents behind me. All of the staffers inside this building were told to come outside. I could hear them saying that they were not allowed back in the building. Throughout the last hour, we've been seeing the FBI come and go carrying boxes out of the building. Now, just across the parking lot next to where I am, there is a
So for the context on the Georgia election thing, Donald Trump personally targeted election workers in Georgia. He tried to destroy the lives of people like Ruby Freeman by claiming that she was handing her daughter a USB drive or whatever with like fake data on it, when in reality, she was handing her a ginger mint. And he used that as the basis to claim that there was voter fraud and everything that they were committing, that Ruby Freeman and others were committing. Destroyed her life. This was after he was out of the presidency. The FBI, Biden's FBI, had to put her in protective custody and stuff because Trump was turning the full force of his nutcases on her. And now he's just set up the circumstances to acquire every name, home address, phone number, and personal email of every election worker in Georgia in 2020. Why does he need that? Why does he need their personal name and phone number and home address? He doesn't, obviously. This is for harassment purposes. That's what Bongino is talking about. And Bongino is framing this like a win. Like, check it out. We're finding all the fraud. Fucking disgusting.
A cannabis dispensary. We know that the state senator is associated with several cannabis locations and dispensaries. And what we're seeing there, a completely different scene carrying out. SWAT teams arrived with their weapons drawn, telling anyone in the building to come out of the building with their hands up. We also saw at least 3 people being taken away, taken into custody. First, they were put in handcuffs, put on the ground, and then they were taken away. So it's a slightly less large presence than we did see earlier, but there still is a good amount of FBI agents still here on the ground. Also, what happened within the last hour, the Senator Louise Lucas arrived here herself. I was able to speak with her. I asked her what her reaction was to all of this. She told me she had no idea what they were doing here.
Okay.
I'm lost. I don't know what he's talking about here.
Now let's get to the good stuff. And by the good stuff, I mean the bad stuff. Obama.
Oh, buckle up. Here we go.
I put Obama in the title today, and it was interesting how many people, a couple on Twitter commented, Obama's been off the political scene for a long time. Yes, but the fallout from Barack Obama's 2 terms are going to live with us for a long time.
The fallout from Obama's terms. The fallout. What fallout could there possibly fucking be? You cannot be serious with this.
And do not tell yourself otherwise. Barack Obama, I can make a strong case to you, was the single most destructive force in American politics we've seen in 50 years, with Joe Biden either tied or a close second, not because Joe Biden was mentally stable and up there, but because he was mentally unstable and his staff just took over.
That's nonsense. I refuse to accept that. The right would not shut up about Biden being mentally God, what's the word? Being in mental decline, having Alzheimer's or dementia of some sort. They would not shut up about it. But, you know, the dude debated Donald Trump for 2 hours, and he was perfectly fine for the entire 2 hours, except for like one answer. He couldn't think of a single word. That's happened to me plenty of times. I think he spent longer on it than I would have, or than I have. He spent like 20 seconds trying to come up with the right word. But that was the point at which everybody was like, all right, we're not even going to bother fighting the mental decline argument anymore because it doesn't matter. It's a waste of time. Let's come up with a different method of criticizing what they're doing and fighting against it. So it allowed the right to run away with the mental decline claims. They're like, there's just no pushback anymore because why would they bother? But I refuse to accept it. I'm pushing back. This is nonsense. Okay. Joe Biden was perfectly capable of running the country, perfectly capable of debating and talking and whatever. The whole thing is garbage, and I refuse to accept it.
If Biden would have had 2 terms, God forbid, ladies and gentlemen, he would have surpassed Obama in the destruction of the constitutional republic, thread by thread by thread. Be like pulling feathers out of a pillow till you have nothing left.
How? Are you going to back that up? Are you going to explain how you or why you believe that? Are you kidding me with this?
Barack Obama appeared with Stephen Colbert. Yeah, I know it says that. He's Colbert here. I get it. We'll call him what we want. Who's doing, by the way, the longest goodbye tour ever. I thought this guy got canned or something. This guy's been on the air. This is the longest goodbye tour. Just say goodbye, whatever, man.
Oh, I mean, he's going to continue to, like, do stuff, right? Weren't you canned at the FBI? Aren't you on your goodbye tour now? Just sign off. Say goodbye. Damn.
This was really tragic. Listening to Barack Obama retcon the American people and imply somehow that he was not involved in any weaponization of the Justice Department. Oh, really?
He absolutely was not involved in weaponizing the Justice Department. Give it a fucking rest. What an absolutely absurd thing to say when Donald Trump has actually weaponized the Justice Department. Please.
Want to hear about shock to my core? Hold on first. Listen to Obama. And then we got receipts on this one. And by the way, they're all public. You can look this stuff up yourself.
I probably already know about it.
Check this out.
We're going to have to do some work to return to this basic norm, and we probably now have to codify it. The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting whoever the president wants to prosecute.
Right, because technically it's under the executive branch.
Technically,
but the norm is that it's independent.
The idea is that the Attorney General is the people's lawyer. It's not the president's consigliere.
Right, even when it's Bobby Kennedy.
It's Bobby Kennedy.
No, I think that's Todd Blanche now, not Bobby Kennedy. The point is the Department of Justice's head, the Attorney General, is not the president's attorney. It's the people's attorney. They are there to represent us in fraud cases and stuff like that.
And so two of the core principles of a democracy, we can survive a lot. Bad policy, funky elections, there's a bunch of stuff that we can overcome. We can't overcome the politicization of the criminal justice system, the awesome power of the state. You can't have a situation in which whoever's in charge of the government starts using that to go after their political enemies or reward their friends.
Folks, this is the liberal, progressive, communist inversion principle at work.
Okay. Well, literally nobody that was on screen just now is communist, so I don't know how that could possibly be the case, but whatever.
It's very simple. Just do something really horrific, like weaponize the Justice Department, like Barack Obama did. And then in order to avoid scrutiny.
Wait, you can't just say that shit. How did he weaponize the Justice Department? In what way? What are you fucking smoking?
Just accuse your opponents of doing it. This is not complicated. You can call it 1,000 different things. James Lindsay has a really good DARVO analysis of this. It's an acronym. You can read the whole thing.
Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. It's a tactic of abusers who are hurting, who are abusing their family or whatever. And yeah, it's also the Republican playbook. I'm sure I didn't even need to point that out.
I'm just going to simplify it, call it the inversion principle. Whatever you're doing, accuse your opponent of. Now, I get this question all the time, mentioned at the beginning of the show. You put out that tweet. It was, I believe, on a Saturday morning. You said you were shocked to your core about something. I've explained it a couple times, but I don't want to go into a long, elaborate kind of, Tolstoy-like novel about it again. However, here's the short version of it because it involves exactly this. Barack Obama's full of crap. I think you clearly know that.
Okay, I'll take anything, please. Anything at all. You said you had the receipts. Lay them out, Dan.
Nobody weaponized the government and politicized the government and the mechanics and the gears of justice more than Barack Obama. And I've got
except Donald Trump, of course, right? I mean, you can't deny that, right? Oh no, he's going to deny it.
Got some receipts coming up in a second from
fantastic. I'll take the receipts.
Grassley's office. But Barack Obama is retconning the past. You know what retconning is? Here's a Google Gemini definition of retconning. They use it in the movies all the time. It's short for retroactive continuity. It's a literary tool used in storytelling, particularly in comics, films, and TV, where previously established facts are altered, ignored, or recontextualized by new information. They read the Halloween movies with Michael Myers do it all the time. Michael Myers dies, and they retcon it, and they just pretend none of that happened. They just start over. It's like Michael Myers 7, the return of Michael Myers. It's like the Jason movies. They just retcon it. They retroactively, continuously write the story like the past never happened. That's Obama. He is retconning his entire past by trying to blame the Trump administration for what he did.
What? That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about?
He did not politicize the government. It is Barack Obama who, after Donald Trump won and was president-elect in 45, authorized the intelligence community assessment, the ICA, that basically created the whole Russia collusion fiasco.
Okay, first of all, there was Russia collusion. That's not debatable, and he knows that. He worked for the FBI as the deputy director. He knows that was real. Do you know what started this? It was Crossfire Hurricane is the name of the project, the FBI investigation or whatever. Do you know why that started? Because Donald Trump was running for office in 2016. And bizarrely and inexplicably, randomly, Donald Trump's campaign... all right, let me rephrase. And they've always monitored Russian spies. Like, there are known Russian spies, like the Russia ambassador to the United States or whatever, known Russian spy. And they tap his phone, obviously. And for some reason, Donald Trump's family members, like Don Jr., kept calling the dude and talking to him on the phone. They're like, what the fuck is going on right now? And which other spies are they calling and why? So I don't know if Obama authorized it, but the FBI started investigation Crossfire Hurricane to understand why Donald Trump and everybody in his campaign, including his children, were talking to known Russian spies during the election. And they determined that Donald Trump was, in fact, colluding with Russia to get them to help him win the election. It's absolutely true. That is indisputable. And Dan Bongino, as deputy director of the FBI, must know that. He must know that. I don't believe for a second that he doesn't know that. So all the shit that he's about to say is made up garbage to protect Donald Trump. Disgustingly.
So when I sent out the tweet on Saturday morning, I had been in the office Friday night. Cash and I had to trade off weekends about who would be in the D.C. area because one of us had to be there at all times. So Paula wasn't coming into town that week. Long story short, that Friday night, I'm in the office pretty late. This guy comes running in with his hair on fire, and he says, "We found this document." I'm like, "What?" But you can't take it out of the skiff. Of course. I'm like, "Okay, great. What is it?" And folks, this was like the Rosetta Stone of the whole scheme. I read 50, 70 pages. I was totally floored. I think I was at the office till 6:30 or 7 o'clock at night. There's no one around. It's a Friday, government Fridays. People leave like 5 o'clock. They're out the door. I'm just saying to President Obama, you really want to go there?
Like he said, this is all public already. We already know that they investigated Donald Trump for colluding with Russia because he absolutely did. Please go there. If you had the evidence, then turn it up. Some evidence that Obama was secretly being dirty or something, show us. Don't tell us. Show us. Give us the information.
You think like you guys left no paper trail at all? Are you really sure about that? Because what we saw and what's going on right now is clear evidence that not only did you weaponize the government, but a lot of your people were dumb enough to leave a paper trail about exactly what you guys did in targeting President Trump.
Great. So why didn't you turn that up? Trump talked about Obamagate. Remember that shit? Obamagate, and he never actually explained what it was. But online you had scumbags like scumbag MAGA nutcases saying, "Oh, you just wait. The Obamagate thing's going to be huge." And they never turned anything up, not one single fucking thing. Remember? Don't tell me how intensely bad Obamagate was. Tell me. Show me. Let's see it.
I'm just going to use publicly available stuff. You can see yourself. Senator Grassley.
Fantastic. Show me.
His office has done yeoman's work on this. They put this out a while ago. Barack Obama, you had nothing to do with it. Listen, for my differences with some people out there, what happened to General Mike Flynn is a national disgrace. Here's a Grassley release from...
I completely agree. Michael Flynn was working with Russia directly. This was Russiagate. This was real. This really happened. Michael Flynn communicated with Russia on behalf of the Trump campaign and told Putin, don't retaliate against the U.S. or escalate or whatever for the sanctions that Obama placed on you. Obama had placed sanctions on Russia because they invaded Crimea, which is part of Ukraine, in 2014. And bizarrely, inexplicably, Russia did nothing. They didn't put out a press release. Nothing. And during Crossfire Hurricane, they discovered that Michael Flynn was negotiating with the Russian government on behalf of the United States government, basically, or on behalf of Trump, I guess, saying if Trump wins, he will lift the sanctions. And that is exactly what happened. Trump won. They lifted the sanctions. And Putin continued on to attack Ukraine and cause problems and so on and so forth. All of that. That shit is so illegal, it's ridiculous. And Flynn was charged with a crime for that and went to prison. And I believe he was pardoned by Donald Trump. Big surprise, huh? What happened to Flynn was a travesty? Is that what he just said? Michael Flynn is a traitor to the U.S. government. Not only that, but Michael Flynn, I think he actually went to jail for agreeing to find some person in the U.S. who was like hiding from the Turkish government. Turkey wanted this guy that they didn't like, and Michael Flynn used his position as an intelligence officer on behalf of Turkey to locate and bring the person back to Turkey to be killed. That shit is so illegal, it's ridiculous. Don't tell me Michael Flynn is a good person. He's a piece of he's a piece of shit. People like him should not be in government.
June 24th of 2020, folks. None of this is new. We've seen new stuff. And I'm telling you again, you sure, Mr. President, you're going to go down this road?
Fucking please. Is he threatening Obama with like propaganda? He's going to hit him with propaganda if he doesn't stop, making noise or whatever. Like, I don't understand what he's even doing here.
Grassley on the Flynn investigation. What did Obama and Biden know, and when did they know it? They note that Mike Flynn's legal team also released Peter Strzok, the FBI agent in headquarters who was knee-deep in all this, did notes. He had notes regarding a meeting between Obama, Biden, Jim Comey, Sally Yates at DOJ, and Susan Rice. Those notes appear to show several important things. Number one, that FBI Director Comey said the Mike Flynn calls with the Russian ambassador, quote, appear legit. Number two, Obama ordered Comey to, quote, look at things. Number three, Obama directed that, quote, the right people investigate Flynn.
Yeah, that was totally justified and reasonable. Michael Flynn worked for Obama. He was a very skilled and experienced national security advisor, I believe, originally. And on his way out the door, Obama warned Donald Trump, like, you can't trust this guy. Something is going on. And he's like working with other governments to undermine the United States. And Donald Trump said, awesome, that's fantastic. I can use his services.
Number four, Biden appeared to raise the Logan Act that they used to prosecute Flynn.
Yes, absolutely. You're not legally allowed to negotiate on behalf of the United States unless you are a U.S. Unless you're chosen for the job officially. So Flynn going in and negotiating on behalf of the U.S. on sanctions for Donald Trump was illegal, very illegal, a violation of the Logan Act.
Those look like receipts to me, Mr. President.
Receipts for what? What are you proving? I don't understand. Like, what he thinks he just did. Like, what was the mic drop? You just proved that Flynn was guilty.
So what's being done about it? A lot. It's not over. Not even close. Justice takes time. I know it doesn't make a lot of people happy. That's okay. That's okay. You want it done right, or you want it done fast, because you can't have both. We've seen what happens when you try to do things fast. You want them done correctly. I can't believe he said that. I'm so personally disgusted by what he did in his 2 terms.
What the fuck did he do? I don't understand. What are you upset about? And what is this Flynn shit? I'm so lost.
It was enough to get me to walk away from my prior job and run for office myself. I mean, you realize the level of disgust you have to walk away from your dream job as a Secret Service agent? It's all I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do. I had three kind of dream jobs. I wanted to be a cop in the NYPD. I wanted to be an FBI agent or a Secret Service agent. Secret Service called first. Who knew later the FBI thing happened? You know what it took to walk away from that? On Cinco de Mayo in 2011 when I made the call.
You made the call. Okay.
To hear this guy just disgrace himself again is just abhorrent.
I don't understand what W he thinks he got. He didn't prove that Obama was dirty or anything. I don't understand at all. I'm genuinely trying to understand what he was saying that Obama did wrong. I'm just lost, honestly.
We didn't weaponize the government. Trump team did it. You sure about that?
Yes, the Trump team has weaponized the Department of Justice fully, obviously.
Okay. We'll see. When this Trump presidency is over in 4 years and this process, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, so it's going to take 4 years now before we find out. Okay, because I thought that like we were going to find out all of the corrupt stuff after Trump won. But no, I guess we're going to have to wait for Donald Trump to get out of office before we find evidence of whatever then, right? So when's the evidence coming exactly that Obama is dirty? Because like literally none of that was evidence that Obama is dirty. None of it. Not one single thing he just listed.
Who's right and who's wrong? I'm going to take a quick break, and I've got one more thing from the Nothing is Happening file because this affects you directly, and it is really important. Something really close to my heart, but it is really, really critical because you want to ruin a neighborhood overnight, destroy the entire fabric of a neighborhood, this is the way to do it. Quick break. We'll get right back to it. Here's a question. How many brokers does it take to insure your business?
Okay. Yeah. Jumping forward. No, don't care.
Put them up first. Mark, I have coverage options for your specific business needs. Thank you, Supersure. Supersure.com/Bongino. Folks, I grew up in New York City, lived in Maryland. You know my backstory, many of you. If you don't, I just told you in the smallest nutshell ever. Open air drug markets really pissed me off growing up as a New York City cop.
Bullshit. Okay. I lived in New York City too. I lived in Manhattan. I didn't see any open air drug markets with people sitting on the side of the street with weed or whatever out on the table. Well, weed maybe. Yeah, weed, because weed was legal effectively, or at least not enforced. But, heroin and all that, no. There are no open air drug markets like that with people just sitting out like that. Come on.
As an agent.
Like you can lie to your gullible suckers. You can't lie to somebody who's been there. Okay.
As the DEP at the FBI, I was having none of it. Open air drug markets are a stain, an open sore. You go out, you get druggies. They're all with the fentanyl look. You know the fentanyl look? They're hungover. They can't stand up straight. They're crapping all over the street, throwing up. Kids are going to school. They're stepping on needles. I said none of this. We're not doing it. We did these two big operations. Put them up first, the coast to coast. We did this coast to coast operation. We had our LA office, our New York office go out there, raid these open air drug markets, clean them up, lock these people up. I said, go in there heavy, go in there strong.
I'm sorry. Saying it's an open air drug market is an additional step that I'm having a hard time believing.
Get them out there. These were in December, at the end of my tenure, at the end of the year. Another one was in Philadelphia, if you know the Kensington drug market.
No, come on. It says violent drug trafficking, blah, blah, blah. Yes, okay. I agree that there is a drug market everywhere, but open air drug market, come on.
This was just a disaster, a disgrace, a plague in the community. We shut that down too. Some great work up in Philly out of there. But yeah.
And now I'm in the Philadelphia area.
Yesterday, I want to give a hat tip to an agency outside of the FBI. This was a DEA-led operation. They do great work as well. They just crushed it out at MacArthur Park. You can see in this VO here, Matt Finn covered it at Fox. Breaking 300 federal and local agents doing a raid at LA's historic MacArthur Park, where open-air drug use and fentanyl fold can be seen. You know the fentanyl fold on any given day when they're folded over?
I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I'm having a real hard time believing open-air drug market where people are just sitting there with heroin on a table and you come up and you pick it up and purchase it. No. I'm sorry. That's a bit much for me, honestly.
No, those days are over. I'm just trying to prove to you, like, yes, I would, and me and Cash were both personally disgusted by open air drug markets. This is a Trump administration move, though. This is led from the top. It's not just the FBI, it's DEA and others.
But wait, isn't this happening under Trump in your estimation? Like, isn't this a Trump problem that you're bitching about?
They're out there doing the real work. Look at some of the imagery coming out of this. You got to go in there heavy. You got to go in there strong. This is bullshit. These are our communities. I don't want your kids stepping on little needles and, God forbid, picking up some fentanyl pill off the street and dying and ODing.
Why the fuck are they, like, fully militarized? There's like a Humvee there. Why?
Accidentally.
Do they really need a Humvee for, like, investigations like that? No, they don't.
It's like a gummy bear or something like that. No. Things are happening. Big things are happening. Huge things are happening. And I don't want anyone telling you otherwise. We have a midterm coming up. All this stuff is going to slow down if we elect these Democrats, because the Democrats are going to do nothing but subpoena people, weaponize government again.
Oh, yeah. We are weaponizing government. Totally. Yes. We're the ones doing that. Absolutely. Colossal piece of shit. So willingly, brazenly lie like that is wild.
They're just going to shut all this stuff down. You have a choice coming up in the election. Don't make the wrong one. While we're busy building coalitions and painting contrasts for the election, the Democrats want to turn back the clock. And they are running on one thing and one thing only. The Trump team is running on public safety, economic security, getting rid of the nuclear threat.
So what? The Trump administration is running on what? One more time, please.
Democrats want to turn back the clock. And they are running on one thing and one thing only. The Trump team is running on public safety.
Okay.
Economic security.
No. Absolutely fucking not. You can say he's running on public safety, but he's making it worse. He is... There is no interpretation in the world that makes any sense to claim that Trump is running on the economy. No. That is insane to say.
Getting rid of the nuclear threat in Iran. The Dems are running on one thing, and it's getting really dangerous, folks. They are running on envy, and it's starting to...
Envy, yeah. I'm so envious of Trump's successes. I'm so upset.
To create a really dangerous situation as we have multiple assassination attempts against President Trump. We've got a number of people out there, say they're inspired by Luigi Mangione and the hit on the healthcare CEO. We can't have this. Running on envy as an agenda is going to create a bifurcated society where I'm telling you this stuff is going to explode. This is what's going to lead to either a soft or hard civil war. We can't have it. I'm going to show you this Fox.
Yeah, it's Democrats' fault. Everything is always the Democrats' fault. It's not Donald Trump trying to ruin people's lives. It's not Donald Trump weaponizing the Department of Justice. It's not him scamming his own supporters with meme coins and shit. It's none of that, you see. It's most definitely Democrats envying Donald Trump's successes. Totally. Absolutely.
Report, you see what I mean? This is involving the Palisades fire and a suspect in that case. I thought we were told the Palisades fire was climate change. It appears it was a combination of, however, government incompetence, and there is a suspect arsonist in the case. Again, everyone's innocent until proven guilty. However, I want you to listen to the Mangione part.
Okay, he said he thought that it was climate change. Well, yeah, I mean, the fire is... Well, yeah, fires are going to happen a lot more often as a result of climate change. Absolutely. Obviously, yes. Are there, other factors? Of course. But claiming that there are other factors and that means that this isn't a factor is fucking absurd. What are you talking about?
You cannot run a society on envy or we'll all be dead. Check this out.
Details in a pretrial memo are giving us a better understanding of Jonathan Rinderknecht's state of mind. Prosecutors say he ranted about being angry at the world, became obsessed with fire, and was fixated on the accused United Healthcare CEO shooter Luigi Mangione. Witnesses reported the Uber driver driving erratically while on routes around the Palisades on New Year's Eve. Court filings show Rinderknecht talked to his passengers about Mangione, capitalism, and vigilantism.
Okay, well, first of all, you're not supposed to talk to passengers about that stuff, I understand. And second, yeah, there are some nutcases out there, absolutely. I don't believe in or stand for violence of any sort ever. Full stop. So, yeah, what are you saying? Are you saying that the left is all, like, violent or something? I don't understand.
Online, Rinderknecht type in search terms like free Luigi Mangione, let's take down all the billionaires.
Free? I'll take it.
And Reddit, let's kill all the billionaires. In an interview with investigators on January 24th of last year, when asked why someone might commit arson in the Palisades, Rinderknecht responded that it would be out of resentment of the rich enjoying their money as we're basically being enslaved by them.
Folks, listen to Brother Dan here, okay?
Please don't call yourself that. I'm begging you.
You can't run a freaking society on this, man. By the way, this is not the first time we've had a suspect in a violent incident cite Luigi Mangione. This is being fertilized and gasoline is being put on this envy fire, by the way, by people pretending to be in our tent who are the hidden knowledge data point people too. They're constantly telling you, hey, listen, we've got the answer to this crime and that crime and what happened here. Well, what is it? I don't want to tell you. It's a data point. It's hidden knowledge. Subscribe here. Buy my merch there.
Literally, he said this immediately after doing an ad. I'm sorry, what?
It's a big scam. Please do not fall for this. Anchor your movement in truth. Build coalitions. Bring people in the tent. Go out and present ideas. Envy is not an idea that's ever going to lead to a prosperous, growth-oriented society where people can, pass down a greater country, a more prosperous country to their kids ever. It has only led to one place ever, death and destruction.
And he thinks that Democrats are envious of Donald Trump and that they need to stop being envious. Is this delusion or is this evil? I don't know, which one describes Dan Bongino. Is it evil? I think it is.
Abigail Schreier did a hit on a podcast. I like Abigail. And Abigail was talking about why conservatives, not always, some people fall for this. We're not immune to it either. But very few on the conservative side are falling for this. This leads to death, destruction, and a mental health trap because your entire life, all you're worried about is eat the rich, screw the cops. All cops are bastards, that ACAB thing. That's all you're worried about.
The fuck are you talking about? The people who say that want reforms. They're trying to correct the problems that exist in society. Just like Dan Bongino. Are you not allowed to try to correct problems in society? Is that illegal now? I don't understand. I guess he thinks it's wrong to try to make things better for people. Okay.
You don't worry about your own life because you suck. All you're worried about is someone else. Ken Griffin in New York, the rich guy. That's all your entire life is envy. Do not do that. Conservatives are very skeptical of this stuff, and they isolate their kids from it. They don't fall for the current thing, men's penis.
You cannot be real. Conservatives, MAGA people don't fall for the new thing? You mean like the thing that Donald Trump brings up every single week, just the new thing he's bitching about every week? This is insane, dude. Fox News Dan Bongino, these people are out of their fucking gourds.
In the women's room, we don't fall for that. And that's why conservatives, generally speaking, when you look at an analysis of mental health data, are more stable. Listen.
Sorry, what? Hold on. Wait. Mental health data. Conservative men are more stable. Let's find out. One more time.
Men's penises in the women's room. We don't fall for that.
It's so absurd. It is so absurd for him to say.
And that's why conservatives, generally speaking, when you look at an analysis of mental health data, are more stable.
Okay, let's see here. Let's find the info. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Among adults, conservatives consistently self-report better psychological well-being than liberals across multiple studies. But here's why. A 2025 study from Tufts Yale found something interesting. When researchers asked people about their mental health, quote unquote, conservatives rated themselves much higher. But when they randomly assigned people to be asked about their overall mood instead of mental health, the gap disappeared entirely. It suggests that right-wing stigma around the language of mental health leads conservative respondents to inflate their ratings in a way they don't when asked about overall mood. So the gap is that conservatives think admitting to mental health struggles is weakness, so they don't report it. That's the study that he's referring to. He's referring to self-reported mental health. On the side. Okay, let's continue.
Listen to Abigail Schreier talk about this. Don't get into the envy game, no matter what, and keep your kids out of it too. Tell them, worry about yourselves. Stop worrying about what everyone else is doing. Check this out.
People often ask me, why do kids from conservative families end up healthier, happier? And conservatives especially love this research, but it's promulgated really by liberals. And I think the answer is just this simple. Conservatives were more skeptical of the culture.
God, dude. The shit they say isn't even believable. This is fucking insane. These people really do live in another universe entirely. There isn't a grain of truth to any of this.
That's it. The culture.
Conservatives more skeptical? Trump supporters more skeptical? What?
Coming in was bad, and because conservatives recognized the culture didn't have their values, they approached it with greater skepticism. Every parent should approach this culture with great skepticism, unfortunately, because it's not a healthy culture. It really isn't for families and children.
I want to tie the chapters of the show together today. Let's go back to chapter 1. Conservatives, you know it as well as I do. Folks in the chat, come on, tell me you don't know this. When the whole COVID hysteria was breaking out, it was conservative podcasts like What Is Two Thumbs and this guy and others. I wasn't the only one. It was a lot of conservative podcasters telling people everyone needs to calm down. This is crazy. We're jamming ventilators down people's throats. We're killing people. Wear a stupid mask. We are skeptical.
Fucking please. No, you're conspiracy theorists. There is a difference.
I'm going to tell you something. I am as pro back to blue as anyone else. I think you know that. However, there were even some police departments that were falling into this trap too. You saw it. We are skeptical. Stay skeptical. Ask questions. However, follow logic and reason to an answer. Don't just endlessly ask questions.
You cannot be real with this, dude. This is insane.
To ask questions intent on getting an answer. Man, we focus on our 5-point plan here. We are going to build the coalitions and we can win. We still have a good shot at the midterms. Do not let yourself fall into this envy trap.
No, you're fucked. You guys are losing the midterms egregiously. I wrote this thing I call wavemap.us, where you can paint states different colors. If you think they're going to go different directions, you can save your defaults. You can also change your mobilization multiplier, like how many more people are going to be voting than last time. You can expect about 1.05 times or 5% more votes for each party from the last election. I believe we're going to see 1.5x as many votes for Democrats, at least, maybe 2 times as many. Depends on what's happening in that moment, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, you can kind of mess with the map. It's interesting. I also have Data Explorer, where you can look at like different polls, religiosity, the Bible Belt, you know. You got different years, 2007. You can see how it shifted on my website. Anyway, it's pretty cool. The point is, Republicans are completely and totally fucked.
Please. You want to talk about a Grand Canyon-like schism in our society. We will never recover from this if we let this set in. What's the 5-point plan? And scrap this filibuster. The Save America Act. Fix the census. Oh, look at this. They got a 5-point plan. Look at that. Very nice, guys. Redistrict the lines to make them fair again. Control the border.
Okay. Well, all of the things that he just listed are bad for society. Redistrict to make it fair again. It's already unfair in a ton of different states. Redistricting them will not make it more fair. He wants to redistrict them to erase what little fairness there is left. And what about the border?
Act. Fixed.
So remove the filibuster, he said. Removing the filibuster would make it so that Republicans can push through literally anything and control who is allowed to vote. They can pick their voters instead of the voters picking the politicians, as they say. That would be bad. That would be very bad. How can he say this shit? It is wild to listen to him hold these insane positions that nobody should be in favor of.
The census. Oh, look at this. They got a 5-point plan. Look at that. Very nice, guys. Redistrict the lines to make them fair again. Control the border. That's the Bongino 5-step plan.
Wait, the border isn't controlled, quote unquote? I thought you said the border was already controlled. What happened? Just came from Chris, the Daily Atheist stream. He's still live. Just popped in to say hi. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. To your Ginger Cat and Al40, have a Fanta on me. Will do. Thank you so much.
We're already halfway home. I need to give you a sense of optimism so the doomers don't take over and get people to not show up at the polls. Don't vote. Nothing's happening. Bullshit. Show up and vote. A lot of things are happening. We got 3 more years to make things happen.
Yeah. So what has happened in the past 1 year? What's happened in the past year has been, simply put, a complete clusterfuck. It's been Trump taking advantage of his supporters and the country, fleecing everybody around for everything that they're worth.
We're already, look at the plan. We're already halfway home. We're already halfway there.
We are?
Border control, we're there. The redistricting is happening now. Receipts incoming. Census reform won't happen until 2030. There's nothing we can do now. The Save America Act is out there right now. If we nuke the filibuster, which there's talk of, but look at Taylor. Good to see you, buddy. Good man right there. There's my guy right there. Then we're already halfway home. We're already halfway home. Here's a clip of Tom Homan. Tom Homan, working as the border czar over at DHS. Here's Homan asked a very simple question on the border. I thought nothing's happening at the border. A shit ton's happening at the border. We've had
Wait, who said nothing's happening at the border? I don't remember literally any single human being saying that.
0 illegal migrants issued multiple, allowed into the country multiple months in a row. Check this out.
We actually just came back from the U.S.-Mexico border near Eagle Pass, Texas. And the situation there is night and day from what we saw under the Biden administration. Illegal crossings, as you know, have plunged to record lows. What changed?
Got a new president. And under Biden administration, he kept saying he couldn't do much about legislation. They need legislation. They didn't need that. I mean,
yeah, isn't that interesting? Under Biden, he said we needed legislation, and we didn't need that, he just said. You know, I'm writing a book about World War II right now. It's called God's People, Christian Nationalism in the Third Reich. And the Pope actually favored dictatorship over democracy because dictatorship could deliver the thing that he could not get the Weimar Republic to deliver. He wanted to control the schools, to control the hospitals and everything else on behalf of the Catholic Church. He wanted religious education in schools, and the Pope wanted to be the one to deliver that, basically, right? Where am I supposed to be going right now, I wonder? I think I'm supposed to be going up to another area. Anyway. The Weimar Republic would never deliver that. They wouldn't allow that. And why should they? Why would they? That's bad. Allowing a foreign actor, the Catholic Church, to control your school system like that is bad. Obviously. No democracy in their right minds would allow something like that. But a dictatorship is willing to make a deal to get that done if they will benefit from it. Unfortunately, something that the Catholic Church learned the hard way is that dictatorships' deals are built on sand. You cannot trust them to hold up their end of a bargain. And ever since then, they've been working with democracies instead, the Catholic Church predominantly. But the point is that Tom Homan says that it's a good thing that we don't have, or that we don't use the legislative process. It's a good thing that we completely ignore Congress and do whatever the fuck they want, whatever the fuck Trump wants. It's a good thing that they do that. That's the nature of dictatorship. You get a lot of shit done, but it's unstable, it's messy, and inherently bad.
They should have learned from Trump 45 that, through executive orders, you can fix a lot of this problem.
You first of all, you really can't. And second, you shouldn't be using executive orders to legislate as a single individual. That's bad. How can you see that as anything other than bad?
If you're waiting on Congress, I'm not optimistic that Congress will ever address this problem, especially now. It's such a divided Congress. But look, the change got President Trump in the Oval Office. He issued executive orders, a lot of the executive orders that worked in Trump 45, reestablished them with a few others. And as of today, we got the most secure border in the history of the nation. I mean, even better than Trump 45.
Don't tell me, cut the bullshit right now. Do not tell me the 5-point plan is impossible. We are a little over a quarter of the way through Donald Trump's second term, and we've already nailed 2 of the 5 points of the plan. And the Save America Act is out there. We've already nailed redistricting and border control. Stop telling me we can't do it. By the way, with Tom Homan...
Rai, thanks, Owen, for the knowledge and being a strong voice for this BS. Here with you. Got to do something, too. Hopefully soon I'll be podcasting. That would be the shit. All right. Well, good luck. Good luck with the podcasting, then. Thank you for the super chat and the membership. I mean, the super sticker.
Saying is 100% true. One of the things that pissed me off in the Biden years when we exploded during the Biden years, this show, because everybody was looking for a vehicle to vent off their anger at this idiot in the White House. One of the things we were told in the Biden years is you can't control the border. You need new legislation. Tom Homan said, no, you don't. You just need a new president. Okay, where are the receipts for that? Right here.
Well, again, obviously, dictatorships are bad. We don't like dictatorships in the United States. I thought that was obvious. Apparently, it's not.
Here's the Immigration Nationality Act, Section 212F. It's clear as day. The White House put it out the other day in a tweet. You can read it yourself. There it is, the White House. INA Section 212F. Whenever the president, notice it doesn't say Congress. Whenever the president finds that the entry of any aliens or any class of aliens into the U.S. would be detrimental to the interests of the U.S., the president may, by proclamation, and for such period as the president shall deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants.
This is this, I'm not sure what this is referring to, but yeah, I mean, there is immigration control happening. There has been immigration control happening this whole time. Has anybody disputed like Donald Trump's right to prevent immigrants from coming into the United States? Has anybody said you absolutely must allow immigration? No, nobody has said that. What are you even bitching about right now? You have to allow asylum seekers in, certainly, but not necessarily immigrants. I don't understand what he's even complaining about right now.
Or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem to be appropriate. Justin, that sounds pretty straightforward to me. I thought the president couldn't do anything.
What the fuck is he talking about? Nobody said the president could not enforce immigration law. Literally every single person said that was fine, that the president has the legal right to do that.
I thought he couldn't do anything. You may say, Dan, I'm a P1 listener. You put this 212F up a lot. Yes, that's the point. I've always told you the story, not a story. The media tells you what story? Biden couldn't do anything about the border. He had no power. Biden didn't know about INA 212F?
No, I think Biden could have done certain things differently for immigration. But honestly, Biden let me rephrase, Obama was terrible on immigration, as in he was very willing to throw people under the bus. And he would, he just treated people badly on immigration. Not as bad as Trump, but badly. I don't even know what they're complaining about. Immigration is a good thing, a phenomenally good thing. There are only upsides to immigration. The only downside exists through racism. It only exists because people are racist. That is it. Immigrants grow your GDP. Okay, they make things better. They improve your economic circumstances by spending money, by giving it velocity.
Are you serious? Is he that stupid? Of course he did. He just didn't want to do anything about the border.
What do you think he didn't do with the border? What did he not do? You mean he didn't send ICE around in literal masks to arrest people and fucking harass them for no reason? Is that the complaint? I don't see how doing that actually helps immigration or reduces it or whatever the fuck.
Don't let the doomers bullshit you. We're 2 of 5, and we're only a quarter of the way through the presidency. 2 of the 5 points are already there. We're almost home. Here's Larry O'Connor. Larry's a friend of mine.
He just made up these 5 points. Like, none of these 5 points existed until 20 minutes ago, and now he says we're almost done. Okay.
We worked at WMAL together for a long time. Larry O'Connor's a pretty good host in his own right. Larry O'Connor talks about these two things, and this is for the doomers too. Everybody's ready to forfeit the midterms. We don't even have an answer to these important two critical questions yet, and you got a bunch of people out there blackpilling everyone. How? The variables for the math equation aren't even set yet.
Oh, no. No, they're set, and you are completely and totally fucked.
Larry, on two important things you need to pay attention to. Check this out.
There's two elements of these midterms that everyone needs to just hold their breath and wait for before they make predictions on what's going to happen. Number one, we still don't know what the map is going to look like and what those districts look like. But number two, let the Democrats find their nominees, because if they keep nominating people like this, that changes the equation for Republicans.
It really doesn't. Look, I'll show you. I'll show you the map that I wrote. This is what I call the wave model. And here's how it works. Okay, in a normal election cycle, this is what we're looking at. About 5% more votes on the Republican side, 5% more votes on the Democrat side. That's just how it works. You see a little bit of growth on each side, right? And there are these values that kind of change the outcome depending on whatever. This is wavemap.us, by the way. I created this. Anyway, there are some values that change the outcome a bit. One of those values is the generic ballot environment. That's things like, oh my God, I hit a button by accident. That's things like, there's a fraud investigation into Minnesota, and Republicans have propagandized everybody from here to Texas to convince them that Democrats are committing a ton of fraud. That's going to work to Republicans' benefit, right? So the generic ballot environment is going to be +4, say, in Republicans' direction. Or, Donald Trump just had somebody murdered in the street, like Alex Preddy. That's going to lead to like +4 in Democrats' direction. So generic ballot environment, you can tweak that, and depending on the situation, it will affect a lot, right? We'll say +4 at the moment. Let's zero that one out. Just no benefit, generic ballot environment. Presidential approval rating. I have it set to 42% because I'm trying to estimate high on things, but it's much closer to like 35, 34%. It doesn't affect much on its own after a certain point. But as you can see, if he's got really high approval ratings, then that affects things. He's at about 35% right now. Consumer sentiment. This is an index, not a percentage. How is the wallet being hit? Consumer sentiment is supposed to be at 100. If it's at 100, it means people feel like they felt in 1966 or whenever the index was invented. I forget. The fact that it's under 100 is very, very bad. The fact that it's literally at 47 or 48 right now is fucking insane. It's literally the lowest it's ever been since it was tracked at 48, I believe, at the moment. Right direction. Do people feel like the country's moving in the right direction? If there's a Republican president and they say yes, Republicans will perform better. If there's a Republican and they say no, it's not, they'll perform worse. I think 32% say we're moving in the right direction right now. That's MAGA, pretty much. Incumbency advantage. If the president's a Republican, Republicans will have an incumbent, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase. If a Republican is in office, they will have an advantage. Or if a Democrat's in office, they'll have an advantage. It's about 2.6 points. And now here's my addition. Those are all standard values that people use. This is my addition. Demobilization. Are people motivated to get out and vote? In Texas, we saw twice as many Democrats come out and vote as last election. Doubled. Special elections are more likely to have higher splits. So if a special election is likely to go Democrat, it will vote 80, 90% Democrat instead of 60 or 70% in a general election. That's just how smaller groups operate. So since we've been seeing double in special elections, I estimate we're going to see 1.5x in the elections. And if that's the case, we're looking at 55 Senate seats to one toss-up, South Carolina, to 44 Republican Senate seats. In the House, we're looking at 247 seats to 168. And you might think gerrymandering is destroying this, right? But that's not the case. Gerrymandering requires you to make the races a lot closer in order to give yourself more districts. So instead of having 3 districts that are definitely going to go Republican by 90%, you now have 10 districts that'll probably go Republican by 55%. But with this mobilization multiplier, with like twice as many Democrats coming out and voting as before, gerrymandering is going to fuck Republicans terribly. And I've heard people call it dummymandering because they're so completely and totally fucking themselves with the gerrymandering. They are making it much worse for themselves right now. On top of all of that, Texas, their gerrymander was based off of Trump's Latino support in 2024 or whenever it was. I don't remember when. His Latino support. Are you shitting me right now? Really? They are fucked. They are completely and totally fucked, right?
Thank you, Larry O'Connor. We don't even know what the maps are going to look like yet. There's redistricting now going on and talk of it in Tennessee, Louisiana. I don't want to miss any. Alabama, Mississippi. Dan, some of these places already had their primaries. Yes, the Republicans down there are moving so quick that they may go and retroactively do these primaries over again and redistrict the lines. Good. You want to fight back? That's the way to. Don't tell me nothing's happening. It is happening.
This is absurd.
Right now. And their candidates on the Democrat side are shit. You got a guy with a Nazi tattoo up in Maine. You got another guy.
Okay, that guy was in the military, Graham Plattner, and got a tattoo that is not a Nazi tattoo. It's just commonly associated with Nazis because it was used in the early Prussian military, I think. And he was overseas and didn't realize what it meant because it's not like a swastika. It's a less common symbol. And when he realized that it was a Nazi adjacent tattoo, he got it covered up. It's the death's head tattoo, or I'm sorry, it's the death's head thing that was used on the Kaiser's head, like his head uniform or whatever it is, whatever you call it.
Going around and campaigning in Michigan with a dude talking about social murder. You got another one, Mallory McMorrow in Michigan, running in Michigan, talking about how Michiganders basically suck. And
I don't know what he's talking about.
Midwesterners are terrible. She loves California.
Wow, goddamn. Thank you, Patriot of the West. I appreciate that. Of many scriptures, JPS, Pentateuch, Mormon, Quad, JW Bible, KJV, NIV, Gideon, Latin, Vulgate, making some of those redundant. Notice New World Translation can cherry pick more than one language per passage, comparing translations. Oh, 100%. Yes, absolutely. They love to cherry pick. Son of a bitch, I got caught by him. They love to cherry pick. They love to, they claimed that they wrote their own translation. I don't believe that they did. We don't know who those people were that did the translations. We don't know what their qualifications were or any of that shit. And they refuse to tell us. Jehovah's Witnesses. They refuse to tell us who translated their Bible. I'm leaning toward they probably selectively went through and found verses that they wanted to change a little bit. That's my guess for how it all played out.
Their slate of candidates are terrible. And where everybody's throwing it, it's over, doom and gloom. No. I saw the same shit with COVID. Put your mask on. Everyone's going to die. No, not everyone's going to die. Cut the shit. Stop. You ever see the Michael Jordan Giphy? Stop. Just stop. You ever see it? If you know Giphies, I'm on Twitter all day, on X. It's one of the best Giphies. It's up there with the Mariah Carey, I don't know her, and Flaming Elmo guy. If you're on Giphies and you use Giphies, you know exactly what I'm saying. Stop. Just stop. You got to find me that one, dude. You know the one? Oh, there it is. Yes. Thank you, Justin. This was not part of the show. That dude is fast.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Stop it. Get some help.
There you go. I have it.
This is the Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help. Doomers, stop it. Get some help. We're bringing receipts. We're showing you that the stuff is happening. Here's a quick Fox report. We don't even know what the lines are yet. Republicans in the South are now like, good. Now that VRA Supreme Court case, we're going to redistrict our maps too.
That's fine. Go ahead. Redistrict. Every time you redistrict, you make it harder to win your elections. That's how it works. These people are completely and totally fucked. They are fucking themselves. Seriously. Please redistrict more. I'm begging you. It is going to work against you.
Excellent. Check this out.
In a high-stakes redistricting fight ahead of the midterms, President Donald Trump is urging Republican states to move quickly. Louisiana is delaying primaries for House races after the Supreme Court ruled its map unconstitutional, since lawmakers used race while drawing a district. Now other red states are reacting to the ruling. Governors from Alabama and Mississippi scheduled a special session to discuss redistricting. Tennessee's governor told Trump he's open to redrawing, adding another Republican seat.
Yes. Stop it, Doomers. Get some help. Stop it. Some help. You need it. We don't even know what's going on yet. Everybody's freaking out. Not only that, I told you elections are about contrast. You can't just make it a referendum on your stuff. Hey, we're really great. Because some people just don't like you. Some people just hate Republicans. That's a fact.
No fucking shit. Knock me over with a feather. Oop, I muted it.
Got to them. However, those people, if you just make it a referendum on you, oh, I'm great, candidate A. Some people don't think you're great. You have to paint a contrast for the people who think you're not great and think you suck. You have to paint a contrast as to why candidate B from the Democrat Party sucks even worse.
Wait, isn't that literally exactly what he was accusing Democrats of doing, of having envy or whatever? He's telling Republicans to do the thing that he told Democrats not to do a second ago.
The Democratic Party. There's nothing democratic about it. You understand the contrast? Do you get what I'm...
Sorry, one more time.
Why candidate B from the Democrat Party sucks even worse. It's not the Democratic Party. There's nothing democratic about it.
It is actually the Democratic Party, not the Democrat Party. I discovered this recently. This is an intentional choice of language that Republicans use to devalue the Democrats' like democratic value. Basically, they're their status as a democracy or whatever, or their status as a democratic party, as a party that wants democracy, basically is what I'm saying.
You understand the contrast? Do you get where I'm going with this? Mark Penn brought it up yesterday on the show in the clip we played. You cannot just say, I am the Republican candidate in Tennessee or elsewhere. I'm really great because of this. Good. A lot of Republicans are going to buy that. A lot of independents. Democrats are probably going to hate you. If you can convince the Democrats that their candidate sucks even worse, you got two things that could happen. One, they could stay home, which, listen, don't vote. You don't want to vote? Don't vote. Fine. I don't care. I'd rather you not vote against me. Or you may even get some of them to vote for you like Donald Trump did. He was
Please, no.
Great at painting contrast. Crooked Hillary, all this other stuff. But you can't only paint contrast. You have to build coalitions too. You have to go out there and grab subsets of people who were not traditionally part of your conservative movement, your liberal movement, whatever it may be. You have to grab subsets of people that are not natural allies and make them natural allies. That's why I cannot talk enough about this Make America Healthy Again movement. Folks, I am knee deep in this. There are two things I passionately love. Economics, which is weird. I don't know. I just like it. I've been talking about it forever. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? Why did you even say that?
Second are health hacks. I was always into working out, but the cancer thing just scared me. Like it scares a lot of people. I'm 5 years now. I'm just obsessed with not getting dead.
Okay, what does this have to do with anything? I'm so goddamn lost right now.
It scares you. This is an exploding movement in America, and anything I can do to bring people into the fold. Liberals are like, body positivity, be obese, it's no big deal. It is a big deal. You know why? You're going to die. Don't die. Stop eating so much. It's going to kill you. But I'm body positive. You're going to be body positive in a casket.
Okay, nobody, he's making fun of a movement called the Health at Every Size movement that was completely and totally astroturfed. It's fake. It's not real. There is a Health at Every Size organization. I talked about this on my main channel a while back, but the organization does things like they get wider chairs in hospital waiting rooms. I think they have a budget of like $500,000 a year or something. It's really tiny. It's a nonprofit. But influencers, diet influencers, are given talking points and paid tens of millions of dollars for repeating those talking points about how, you know, if your body's telling you you need another jelly donut, then you should just eat one. It was astroturfed by Kellogg and General Mills over the past 10 years or so. It's completely fake. The whole thing is fake, what he's complaining about.
Stop. Just stop. Michael Jordan Giffey, just stop. It's true. Here's Bobby Kennedy in the Oval Office, our cabinet member, Secretary HHS Bobby Kennedy, on the obesity crisis. Check this out.
The presidency has presided over the worst public health crisis in history. We're now the sickest nation in the world. We've gone from 5% of our kids being obese to 20%. 70% of adults are obese or overweight. And 77% of our children cannot qualify for military service. And that should be an eye-opener for all of us.
There's a don't get that emoji for the chat. Is this new? You guys are great in the chat. Pat and McGroin. Just stop being stupid. Folks, I'm sorry. We have to stop bullshitting people. We're living in a world where no one wants to offend anybody. Don't tell people who eat too much that they could die. Why would you not tell them that?
I have no clue what he's talking about. Who says this? Who is he referring to? Who says if you eat too much all right, let me rephrase. Who says that you shouldn't tell people that if you eat too much, then you'll die? Not one single individual that I'm aware of.
Don't get that. Light it up. Don't get that in the chat. Don't get dead. Tear it up. Only we can melt the chat down, this show. We have the audience to do it. I love melting chats down. I love when it stalls. We beat the technology. Stop getting dead. The Make America Healthy movement is exploding. There are all kinds of products out there and things. You can change your life. You're never going to change your life. There you go. Tear it up in the chat. Don't get dead. And stop listening to bullshitters that are trying to get you dead quicker. Everything's going to be okay. It's not going to freaking be okay. The quality of your life should matter. I don't like CNN clips on this stuff. However, this guest is pretty good. This guy like Dave asked me, look at that shit. Here he is talking about, it's not just the quantity of your life that matters. Do you want to live till 90 and from 40 on, you're not even ambulatory, you can't move around, your knees are busted, your shoulders don't work, you can't think straight, you got advanced stage dementia. We're going through that right now. You don't want that shit.
Wait, we're going through that right now with Donald Trump? Is that what he was saying?
We've got someone we're taking care of now. You don't want that.
Is he talking about Trump right now? Is that the implication? What did he mean when he said we're going through that right now?
You got advanced stage dementia. We're going through that right now. You don't want that shit. We've got someone we're taking care of now. You don't want that. Many of you are dealing with it now. Being obese and out of shape makes all this stuff worse. Cut the shit. Here's a CNN guest talking about how quality of your life should matter too. This is our coalition. We're the ones preaching real body positivity, which means get in shape.
I don't think there's anything wrong with getting in shape. I'm on the left. I don't know what he's talking about.
Check this out.
If you're trying to extend your life because you're planning to not die, I hate to tell you something, the Earth's crust will crack in two at some point and the universe will collapse in on itself. We're all going to die. So the real game is, how can I feel really good now and for as long as I choose until I'm done?
Okay. I don't see what's wrong with that specifically. It didn't sound like he was saying you should eat a bunch of food and make yourself unhealthy. Is he not talking about being healthy here?
And not stress so much along the way. So a big mistake that some longevity people or biohackers make is trying to do everything perfectly. The deal is more energy today equals more years later. So you focus on what's going to give you the quickest result.
Oh boy, you don't tell that to Trump. He unironically, I'm 100% for real, Donald Trump believes that if your heart beats, all right, let me rephrase that. You have about 1 billion beats. He took the billion beat rule, which is a real rule that exists, but it's a generalized rule. So like elephants' hearts are larger and they beat differently than, say, hummingbird hearts. Donald Trump believes that you get about 1 billion beats in your life, and if you exercise more than usual, then your heart will give out faster because you only get 1 billion beats. That is 100% real. Trump really believes that shit. So he doesn't exercise intentionally so that he lives longer. And as we know, he's like 80, so that hypothesis has been confirmed in his insane, broken fucking brain. That is one of maybe the most insane beliefs that Donald Trump holds. Or the idea that Coca-Cola kills grass, so it must also kill cancer. So if you drink Coca-Cola, then you will be more likely to survive longer for that reason. That's what Trump believes. That's real.
So you have more energy, so it's just not so hard anymore. Get a sleep tracker, and if something's working, your morning readiness score will be higher. So it's not in biohacking about doing what's supposed to work. It's about doing what actually works for your biology today. And if anything in the last 10 years has come out of this field, it's that there are no two identical humans. So your goals are different than your friends, your genetics are different than your friends, and your brain is different than your friends. But here's the good news. Most decline is environmental. It's not genetic. Studies show about somewhere between 70 and 80% of how you age is environmental, and we can control our environment. In fact, that's the definition of biohacking. Change the environment around you so you feel the way you want.
Okay, he didn't say anything bad there, right? Everything that he said was pretty normal. It was just you got to reduce stress and stuff, right? And enjoy your life. What's Bongino complaining about here?
People in the chat were like, I have glasses. What? I don't really care. I don't know this guy at all. I'm just telling you, like, what he's saying is absolutely correct. I'm not telling you got to go out, get a gym membership.
Oh, he's correct. Okay, so fine. Yeah. So does he disagree with Democrats in some way or something?
Become a power lifter tomorrow. Yeah, become an Olympic triathlete. Dan Bongino, am not telling you that at all. I don't have a lot of time. I find time. Someone in the chat said 10 air squats every hour. If you can start there, start there. We had Dr. Rhonda on, but I saw this clip. She has Found My Fitness. That's her podcast. She's fantastic. She was on the show. Here's just a short clip. Here's where you start. If you can, your knees work, you check with your doctor, do all that stuff. It's only smart.
Okay, this guy really needs to shave his head fully. The receding hairline is painful.
Get a good checkup, get some blood work done. If you're healthy and good, get up once an hour and do 10 air squats. You don't need to be, a winner Mr. Olympia like Lee Haney. You can just get up and move around a little bit. It makes a huge, listen to the numbers here in this clip, a huge difference in your life. Even little things like moving around. I'm not talking about Bulgarian split squats.
Wait, what's wrong with those?
Just move. Check this out.
I think the data is clear and repeatable, where individuals that are doing, these short bursts of exercise, if they're doing 3 minutes of it, 3-minute bouts of it 3 times a day, so a total of 9 minutes a day, that's a 50% lower cardiovascular related mortality, 50% lower cardiovascular related mortality, 40% lower all-cause mortality, 40% lower cancer-related mortality, and this is even in individuals that...
I don't trust a word out of their mouths. I think they're completely full of shit. He's right that exercise is good for you, though.
Don't define themselves or identify as people that actually exercise, because they're like, no, I don't go to the gym. No, I don't exercise. But they do exercise. They just don't realize that they're getting these moments, right?
You hear what I'm telling you? Or Dr. Rhonda's telling you? You don't have to be in there and engage in I got to reach a 4-minute mile. You don't have to do that. Just move around and don't fall for the progressive old school bullshit.
What is he talking about? Progressive old school bullshit.
Body positivity, all that stuff. You want to get body positive? Go move around and work out.
Why did he turn this political? It's good to just exercise. I don't understand what he's talking about here.
It is critical. Folks, this is how we build coalitions. That group is ours for the taking. They don't want to be told by people, none of this stuff matters. It does matter. It's your body. It's your temple. Work with it. Folks, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time. I told you that. We have to pay.
I'm so goddamn lost. What is all this about chewing gum and walking? I just don't understand.
Contrast, and we have to build coalitions, and we're never going to win elections again. And don't fall for the doomer bullshit either. There is so much good stuff happening. I told you I love health hacks and economics. You know why I care about economics? Because I want to make your wallet fatter. And there are incredible, incredible things going on right now. Right now.
Make your body thinner and your wallet fatter. I love it. Okay.
That are going to make your life and your wallet. The AI explosion is going to be incredible. I'm not sure everyone understands the multipliers we're going to be looking at for productivity in your life. Kevin Hassett, I'm going to blow a little out of order here, Justin. Kevin Hassett, one of Trump's economic advisors, was on. This is a quick clip. He's not kidding here. He's talking about people investing in now it's Dow 50,000 and elsewhere. How I'm not sure you understand that this is like electricity, the steam engine, and the Industrial Revolution all packaged into one.
Hey, Owen, do you see Trump meeting with UFC fighters in the White House for the upcoming UFC 250 event? There are some cringy moments in it. No, I have not seen that. Hang on. Trump UFC See if it's on the YouTubes. Hold on. Trump, UFC 250. That's his announcement. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at it later. Look at this dumbass fucking face he makes. He's got his little, his little peepers barely open staring at you. So stupid. All right, it looks like this is about the end. Anyway, tell me what you think about Dan Bongino. Complete scumbag, honestly. What's wrong with this dude? Let's see. What do we want to watch next? Let's check Fuentes. We already watched the New York Times reporter thing on there. Let's check Fuentes here. Democrats push to reveal Israel's secret nuclear program. Interesting. Is he talking positively about Democrats here? Huh. Vivek Ramaswamy wins Ohio governor nomination. Did he? I must have missed that. He's going to talk mad shit about him, of course. All right, let's see what he says here about Israel. All right, Nick Fuentes is about to talk about Israel's secret nuclear program. I believe that Israel was trying to build nukes out in the 60s. Everybody was trying to build nukes in the 60s because it was like the new technology that was proven to work. And Israel was no exception to that. And they've had nukes ever since.
New Democrat allies, pretty based. And like I said at the top of the show, I actually haven't seen any big news about this. I read all the papers. I read the New York Times. I read the Wall Street Journal, Axios. I did not see this anywhere. This was in the Washington Post today. A group of 20 Democrats in the House of Representatives have written a letter to the White House demanding that this Trump administration disclose that Israel maintains a nuclear arsenal.
Right, because it's not officially known that they do. But like I said, they got one in the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that the U.S. helped them get a nuclear arsenal in the 60s.
And this is a huge deal. For those that don't know, Israel is a nuclear-armed country. I think everybody knows this at this point. There's only about a dozen nuclear-armed countries in the world, and you probably know them. It's the U.S., Russia, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel. But the difference is, unlike all these other countries, every other country in the world discloses and acknowledges that they have nuclear weapons. We know that France has nuclear weapons because they have declared them. We know that Russia has nuclear weapons because they have declared them. And so everybody knows what everybody has. The one country that this does not apply to is Israel. Israel has, since the mid-1960s, okay, so for 60 years, Israel has maintained a clandestine, undeclared nuclear arsenal.
I believe that's true.
We don't know the exact size, but it's estimated to be anywhere between 200 and 300 nuclear bombs.
I've heard it was closer to 10.
Nuclear warheads. And they have two methods.
Oops, sorry.
They have missiles. We don't know the exact size, but it's estimated to be anywhere between 200 and 300 nuclear bombs, nuclear warheads. And they have two methods of delivery. They have missiles, they're Jericho missiles, and they have submarines. There's speculation that they have submarine-launched ballistic missiles that can carry a nuclear warhead. So people talk about the means of delivery. Israel's got 2 out of the 3 in the nuclear triad, the other being a strategic air force. Israel does not have that. So it is...
No, apparently it's about 90 assembled warheads. That's the estimate, to my understanding.
Known, by the way, in the international community, and it is established and it's known among the public that Israel has nuclear weapons. But it has never been officially disclosed by Israel, and maybe more concerning, the United States has never acknowledged that Israel has a nuclear weapons program. And
that's true.
It's been a matter of policy since the Nixon administration. President Nixon and Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir came to a secret agreement in the late 1960s that the United States would effectively participate in Israel's strategic ambiguity, meaning Israel would never declare its nuclear weapons program, and we would never snitch. We would never acknowledge that they have nuclear weapons, even though everybody knows that they do, and we know that they do. We won't talk about it. And why is that the case? Well, Israel does not want to declare their nuclear arsenal because they want something called strategic ambiguity. They want their neighbors and their rivals in the Middle East not to know whether they have nuclear weapons or how many nuclear weapons they have or where they are or how they can deliver them. And why would that be beneficial for Israel to maintain this ambiguity? So that all these other countries would be a little bit more careful.
That's true. Yep. Israel having nukes must be the worst kept state secret. They tested with South Africa, and if you believe some conspiracies, they've suitcase nuked deployable by Mossad agents of the femme fatale coding. Okay, I haven't heard that. Interesting. It is a poorly kept secret. That's true. But it is technically a secret. Nobody has actually verified it to be, for sure. But yeah, interesting.
A nuclear country realistically cannot lose a war. And it doesn't mean that they literally can't lose. It means you don't want them to lose a war. Because if a nuclear country loses a war or is at risk of losing a total war against a non-nuclear country, well, the nuclear country will use its nukes. So let's say, for example, that Syria and Egypt invade Israel, and Israel fears that it might lose the war and become occupied and maybe erased from the map. Well, then Israel will use their weapon of last resort, and they will just nuke Egypt and Syria.
It's called the Samson Doctrine. Yes, they have the Samson Doctrine, where if they're at risk of losing something, losing the war, losing the ability to whatever, they will nuke the entire Middle East into ash, basically. It's really, really disturbing.
And that came very close to happening in the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Syria and Egypt simultaneously invaded Israel. Israel was caught completely by surprise. They were late in mobilizing their reserve ground forces, and it looked like maybe Israel might fall. Israel was begging the United States for support. We were dragging our feet. And so what did their prime minister do, Golda Meir? She exposed their nuclear weapons in full view of our satellites for us to see. And the implication was that if we didn't airlift supplies to Israel, that they would use their nuclear weapons against Egypt and Syria, which we definitely did not want to happen. So then we launched the biggest airlift of weapons and supplies to Israel since World War II, or maybe in history. I don't know exactly the numbers. But that is part of their ambiguity. They don't want other countries to know what they're capable of so that they're not going to push Israel too far. They might not want to win so decisively. They might not want to threaten Israel too much. It is to create uncertainty so that in order not to risk miscalculation, their rivals will be less aggressive. Let's say in a modern context, if Saddam Hussein does not know where Israel's red line is, when they're going to use their nuclear weapons, Iraq has to do some guesswork. Where is that red line? Is it here? Is it there? And obviously, if you don't want to get nuked, you're going to be pretty conservative in your calculations. If you're guessing where that red line is, you don't want to say it's too far when actually it's closer because you don't want to trip it. You don't want to cross the threshold. So that means that Iraq or Iran or any other adversary, they're going to be a little bit less aggressive to prevent a miscalculation that results in them being hit with a nuclear strike. So this is the thinking here. And the United States will not acknowledge their nuclear program because we're helping them.
Hang on, let me switch over to to briefcase because I have the ability to add markers and stuff. This one was at 6:34.
Locals might find out.
Nope. 6:34. 6:34. Okay, cool. I'm actually going to go grab some food real fast. I'm going to put a marker in here. Hang on. And we'll come back to this in just a second.
Helping them. We are, in a sense, helping them maintain this deception. We're helping them maintain this ambiguity for their benefit. And it's not really for our benefit. It's actually better for the United States that every party in the conflict knows where the red lines are. It's also actually better for every party, including the United States, to know what Israel has in the context of a nuclear negotiation. So let's talk about, for example, the negotiation over Iran's nuclear arsenal. Why does Iran seek a nuclear hedge? Why do they want centrifuges? Why do they engage in nuclear enrichment? Why are they enriching uranium to weapons grade? It's because they fear that Israel and the United States will attack them. Israel and the United States are nuclear powers. So in order for Iran to deter an attack from nuclear armed powers, they have to achieve parity. They have to get on our level and have the same strategic capability, which is a nuclear arsenal. Or at the minimum, 80% of the way towards a nuclear arsenal so they could quickly build one. So you could say, in a way, that the only reason Iran wants a nuclear weapon in any scenario is because Israel already has one. And that actually would be good for everybody to know. How can we convince Iran that they cannot have a nuclear weapon? You have no right to enrichment. You have no right to nuclear, highly enriched uranium. You have no right even to a nuclear weapon, but Israel does. Israel does, but we won't acknowledge it. We're going to be complicit in their illegal, undeclared nuclear weapons program, but you can't have anything. You can have a peaceful nuclear program. You can have enrichment at any level. You can't have a centrifuge. You can't have weapons. Forget even about that. It's just not even honest. So it impedes the ability of countries in the Middle East to calculate effectively, and it also is hindering diplomacy. So to this end, a group of 20 Democrats have written a letter to the White House, and they have said, for these reasons, this policy needs to end. This is not America first. This is helping Israel at our expense. This is helping Israel at the expense of actually every country in the Middle East. We're not being honest with Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Iran. Therefore, it's hindering diplomacy. It's also increasing the risk of some miscalculation that could result in a nuclear war that gets Americans killed. So the Democrats are demanding that the White House change this policy of ambiguity and acknowledge Israel has nukes. And this is a story from the Washington Post. Or pardon me, I think this is from another source quoting the Post. It says, a group of House Democrats is urging the Trump administration to publicly acknowledge Israel's undeclared nuclear weapons program. In a letter to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, more than 24 lawmakers led by Representative Joaquin Castro say that Washington's silence on the program is indefensible amid the war in Iran and the acute threat of military escalation. The lawmakers wrote, quote, the risks of the risks of miscalculation, escalation, and nuclear use in this environment are not theoretical. Congress has a constitutional responsibility to be fully informed about the nuclear balance in the Middle East, the risk of escalation by any party to the conflict, and the administration's planning and contingencies for such scenarios. Israel does not acknowledge its nuclear weapons program built in secret beginning in the late 1950s, and has no publicly stated doctrine on how it might use those weapons. Castro, in an interview with the Post, said the United States should not refuse to disclose this information about a foreign nation simply out of courtesy when there is so much at stake for our own service members, our economy, and the country. He said U.S. officials speak candidly about the nuclear weapons programs of the United Kingdom, France, India, Pakistan, Russia, North Korea, and China, and Israel should be no different. Last month, a record 40 Senate Democrats voted to block weapons transfers to Israel. According to Pew Research Center, 80% of Democrats now view Israel unfavorably, up from 53% in 2022. Think of that. 80% of Democrats view Israel unfavorably. They shut down weapons transfers to Israel. They vote against foreign aid to Israel. They want to block technology sharing with Israel. And now they want us to disclose Israel's nuclear weapons program. Shapiro says many, perhaps most Democrats, this is an analyst, at this point want to see fundamental changes in the U.S.-Israeli relationship. The first change that these Democrats want to see is for the U.S. to hold Israel to the same standards as other countries on issues such as nuclear weapons. Now, once again, you hate to say it, but this is the America First policy, and it's coming from the Democrats. And by the way, this is the key that unlocks the entire dilemma in the Middle East. What exactly is the root of this current conflict? All of the current conflicts in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Yemen, in Iran. The root of this conflict really is Israel's undeclared nuclear arsenal. Israel has a stockpile of nuclear weapons that they will not acknowledge exists. At the same time, Israel is prosecuting a proxy war against Iran and all of its allies, against Hezbollah, against the Assad regime at one time, against Hamas, against the Houthis, and against Iran. Israel is in Iran doing cyber attacks, industrial sabotage, high-level assassinations. And as of last year, with the United States carrying out an all-out air campaign, a naval campaign. And Iran has no means or ability to defend itself. Why? Because Iran does not have a nuclear capability and Israel does. And that's really the root of the problem. Iran understands that Israel wants regime change in Iran. Israel ultimately seeks to totally dominate the Middle East. And so that means that every country is going to be subordinated to Israel or will be destroyed. And Iran is a big nation. 90 million people, huge territory, huge middle class, huge economy supported by natural energy resources. And so Iran is a natural rival of Israel, is never going to submit to Israel. And so Israel has to destroy Iran. And Israel is perfectly capable of doing this because Israel has weapons of mass destruction and Iran doesn't. So this is why Iran is in this push to maintain some kind of nuclear hedge. This is at the center of this three-way problem between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Israel pursues regime change against Iran. So Iran is in a race to a nuclear hedge. That race towards a nuclear hedge triggers a non-proliferation impulse from the United States. We cannot allow other countries to get nuclear weapons because there tends to be a domino effect. Israel gets nukes, so all their neighbors want them. Syria wants them. Iraq wants them. Libya wants them. So we have to destroy all those countries. Iran wants them. What happens if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? Well, then Saudi Arabia is going to want a nuclear weapon because they're in a proxy war with Iran. And then the Emirates is going to want a nuclear weapon. And what happens then when there's 4 nuclear countries in the Middle East? Then you got Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. And then other countries are going to want nuclear weapons. Maybe Turkey will want nuclear weapons. Maybe then Ethiopia, Egypt will want nuclear weapons. This is how this goes out of control. And the more nations have nuclear weapons, one, we are at a disadvantage then strategically against every other country that has them. But also, there's a greater risk of nuclear terrorism. There's a greater risk of nuclear war. And so that triggers our grand strategy, our geopolitical imperative, which is to suppress the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. You see? So Israel wants regime change in Iran. So Iran needs a nuclear hedge Because they're pursuing a nuclear hedge, now we have to intervene to prevent them from getting one. And what does that look like? Well, that is the current diplomacy with Iran. In this conversation between Washington and Tehran, we are telling them, why are we at war with you? Because you cannot have centrifuges. Because centrifuges enrich uranium, and if you're able to enrich uranium, then you can create weapons-grade uranium that can be used as fuel for a nuclear bomb. So that's why you can't have any kind of nuclear program. You can't have any enrichment, any centrifuges. You have to destroy what you have under our supervision. You have to surrender your stockpile of already highly enriched uranium. And that is something that Iran will never do. That is something they will never give up, because the second that they give up their nuclear hedge, they are completely vulnerable to regime change from Israel. And we cannot accept anything less than those things, because as long as Iran has enrichment and as long as Israel is seeking regime change, then on a long enough timeline, Iran is going to acquire a nuclear bomb. And that is something we can never allow, because then again, it triggers this arms race. And then you've got an arms race in the Persian Gulf, and the UAE is next, and Saudi Arabia after that. They're going to get their blueprints from Pakistan. And now the whole Middle East is nuclear armed. This is where we are. So people say, what do we do about Iran? How do we extricate ourselves from the war? Well, Iran is telling us they will not accept a short-term truce. Why is that? Because they know that if we end the war with Iran today, all we are going to do, the United States and Israel, is we're going to build more weapons to attack them. All we're going to do is stabilize the economy. We're going to get gas prices back down. We're going to get through the midterms. We're going to build more missile interceptors. We're going to repair our bases. We're going to repair our carriers. We're going to replenish our armed forces that are deployed there. And then we're going to take another crack at it and invade again, or attack again, which might include an invasion. And Iran is telling us we are not going to let you off the hook unless we get an agreement on the root causes of the conflict. We don't ever want to fight you again. And what that means from Iran's perspective is an acknowledgement that they can enrich uranium, that they can have centrifuges. In other words, that they can have their nuclear hedge. And why do they need that nuclear hedge? Because they don't trust us, because they know that we can never restrain Israel, which is a nuclear-armed power. Iran doesn't know that Israel will never nuke them. Iran doesn't know that Israel will never try regime change, and they will be insulated from any kind of retaliation because they have a nuclear arsenal, which is always their plan B. So how do we get out of our war with Iran? Well, the only way that we can deal honestly and honorably with Iran, how do you get them to give up their right to enrich, their right to have a nuclear program, if we are complicit in Israel's illegal, undeclared nuclear program? We can't. They're never going to trust us. They're never going to deal with us in good faith, and they're never going to build enough rapport that they'll ever agree to concessions that are acceptable to us. So what must be involved in the process is that we actually have to treat Israel and Iran somewhat equally and fairly. We have to restrain Israel. If regime change from Israel is what Iran fears, if a nuclear-armed Israel attacking Iran is what Iran fears, then we have to put Israel in their place. You have to start by acknowledging, yeah, they're a nuclear-armed power. It really isn't fair. How can we expect Iran to give up their enrichment? They don't even have bombs. They don't even have a bomb yet. They don't even have a method of delivery. Iran is not.
Okay, I'm back. Did he say any slurs while I was gone? I'm guessing he did.
Not able to miniaturize a nuclear warhead and put it on a ballistic missile. They don't even have a method of delivery yet. They don't have a strategic air force. They don't have submarines that can launch a submarine launch ballistic missile. They don't have miniaturization. Israel has 300 war.
Let's actually cover Russell Brand and Piers Morgan. I completely forgot about that. Hold on. Let me check on YouTube. Is this it? That's a 15-minute interview. Here.
Let's come to this. Save your best lines.
Look, God, help us have a digitally lying.
What were the relevant passages?
Not, and if the trader and
things moved us.
Let me just scan through. What is this? Oh, it's a whole interview. Okay. Russell Brand did an interview with Piers Morgan where he embarrassed himself terribly. It was so painful. Oh my God. Let's listen.
I want you to calm down and slow down.
This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately. A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit.
I can't actually find the verse that I had that day.
You were an atheist.
And what are you going to be next?
Well, yes. Muslim? That's what some people. That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
Russell Brand means many things to many people. He's the boisterous comic with a silver tongue and a savage wit. He's the eccentric British movie star with big words and even bigger hair. To some, he's a fearless truth seeker. To others, an oddball.
He's an idiot.
Conspiracist. But whether he's reviled or revered, and it's usually one or the other, almost everybody finds him fascinating. And in recent years, his mutual embrace of MAGA in America has kept people guessing. So too has the very public conversion to Christianity, which forms the subject of his new book. And surrounding it all, of course, are the very grave allegations that he's now fighting, all of which will make for, I'm sure, a very interesting, uncensored interview. Russell Brand joins me now. Russell.
He took advantage of some girls. I believe they were underage. I could be wrong there, so don't quote me. And then very conveniently converted to Christianity when, the trial and everything started.
See you.
It's good to see you too.
It's sort of weird to see you in this context because I first interviewed you in 2006, 20 years ago. We sat and did an uproarious interview for GQ. I'll come to that in a moment. We did another big one for ITV, for my life story show about your whole extraordinary life. We did a big one at CNN here in New York when your divorce from Katy Perry was just coming through. So I feel like I've been...
Wait, he was married to Katy Perry? I didn't know that. Isn't Justin Trudeau with Katy Perry now? I believe he is.
Around your world, your orbit, and I've seen you at lots of events and things along the way as well. But I don't really know you. Like, I know a bit about you. And I know you in a media context. I don't really know you. I wouldn't consider myself to be your friend or somebody that has an intimate knowledge of what you're really like. And one of the more interesting things about you, I would say, is that I don't know where the truth lies about these allegations. And I don't want to try and find out whether my instincts are one way or another. We can't talk about what's coming in October, the case, for legal reasons. It wouldn't feel right to me anyway to talk about it because you've got to go through the due process. But as we sit here, you're innocent till proven guilty. I believe fundamentally in that principle. You're entitled to due process. And to those who will criticise, as I'm sure some will, the mere fact I'm giving you a platform and interviewing you, I say that this matters, that due process matters. The
due process absolutely matters. And he should not be imprisoned until, or let me rephrase, his liberty should not be taken away until we know for sure that he definitely did this beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's the foundation of our legal system here in the U.S. anyway. Both of these people are British, but anyway. He shouldn't have his liberty taken until that's established. However, we can make inferences and assumptions based on the evidence that we see, and there's nothing wrong with that. A court of law is different from me watching this scumbag take advantage of somebody or whatever and knowing that he's guilty of it. I don't want his freedom taken away but I don't want anything to do with this piece of shit.
Presumption of innocence until proven guilty matters.
Presumption of innocence in court. But if I, walk in and see him doing something bad, doing coke or whatever, I don't have to presume he's innocent of doing coke. I know he just did coke, even though it's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We can make some logical conclusions from the information that we have, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And so in the context of that, I'm very happy to talk to you. But given I've known you so long, my first question is just, how are you feeling about the fact that in a few months' time, in a southeast London courtroom with 12 jurors sitting there, you're going to basically, over a period of about 2 months, go through a process which could end up with you going to prison for a long period of time if you're convicted. It's hard to imagine on a human level a more tumultuous thing to happen to you, not even given what you've been through in your life. So how are you feeling about it?
Tumultuous is a perfect word, because
I didn't know that he was facing that much time from this. That's interesting.
Is like a storm. And sometimes I feel like I'm comfortable in the eye of the storm, where there can be calm and at least the capacity to observe. And at other times it feels all-consuming and frightening and pressurizing, like a storm also would be, in almost every conceivable way. I was just thinking, as you did that introduction, I reckon you write your stuff yourself. Do you write the introduction?
I have a writer, actually.
Oh, well, when you sort of the sort of variation that was introduced, like he's revered or reviled, and sometimes I feel like I'm all those things, like a truth teller or silver tongue comic. And wow, I think it's a really good place to begin. One, how are you feeling? And also the principle of the presumption of innocence, because I think we are living in a hazy, fluxy time where people are very uncertain about truth in the broadest possible way.
Because of people like you, yes.
People are very uncertain about information in a way that feels like we're all navigating a quicksand and a new territory and a new terrain. And what I'm most...
Yo, where's Super Mario All-Stars? Did they remove it? Oh, there it is. Never mind. I see it.
Interested in and what feels resonant to me, and I enjoy and appreciate at least your declaration of a kind of a lack of intimacy. And the reason for the lack of intimacy is I feel that in a way, Piers, because we're both English, we're around the same age, and we've both been in and around media, I sort of see in you this kind of, and don't take it because I'm going to play exactly the same thing to myself, this kind of cockroach power of like moving through these dreadful, dreadful worlds. And somehow here you still are online with your own show, riding the wave of how media is operating now. People don't get to do that if they're a nobody. People don't get to do that if they don't have, I would say, certainly tenacity and strength. But when I was a kid, I used to watch that show like most people did, a lot of people at least, The Word. And I remember you being on there, you were young, man. I bet you was 30. I think it was even when you were still showbiz at Bazaar, which was The Sun there, prior to being the Mirror editor. And I remember my mate at the time, we were like potheads and that, like saying, I like him. He was saying, when we're famous, because we weren't, and he still isn't, God love him though, but why not? Because that's another thing about when you move through many worlds. You see,
dude, he jumps from subject to subject almost worse than I do. What the fuck is he talking about? My God.
Who are the people that make it? Who are the ones that get churned up? Who are the ones that get elevated? Who are the ones that get destroyed? Who are the ones that get investigated? Who are the ones that don't? Who are the ones where the presumption of innocence is retained? Who are the ones where the presumption of innocence is stripped away? And my mate, he went, I like that, Piers Morgan. And I liked you too. Just as a person on the TV, on The Word, sat behind a panel, probably judging some audacious and absurd thing, because The Word was all about people exposing their genitals and sort of the late night vulgarity. It was also sort of a kind of TV masterpiece, wasn't it, really? Anyway.
What the fuck is happening? He is so confusing.
Then I would read The Sun every day. I would read The Sun every day and read your showbiz columns. I kind of really like that. And then when I sort of saw how you had maneuvered through these worlds, becoming Mirror editor as a very young man, weren't you, in your 30s? And I know that Rupert Murdoch, that Mephistophelian figure, that timeless man, about whom someone once told me, because I go, tell me something unique about Murdoch. Why is he the person he is? And this person goes, he lives like he's never going to die. And if some decision don't go his way, he's patient and he's cool. Oh, the merger's not worked out. It will work out. That's the power that a man can have to, in the case of Rupert Murdoch, one would say, influence significantly the trajectory of a nation, even in matters such as elections or wars. And so, in a sense...
What was the fucking question? I'm so goddamn lost right now.
Peers. Of course, as like Russell Brand from Grey's Essex, some bloke who was a crackhead and a heroin addict who married Katy Perry, who's now really just a married dad of 3, but also deeply fascinated with truth. I am fascinated with truth.
Uh-huh. What does that even mean? I have to wonder. I'm deeply fascinated with factual information. I love understanding facts, knowing facts. I'm sorry, hang on. Understanding how the world works. In my free time, I just like learning stuff. But that's different from what he's claiming here, right? He's fascinated with truth. I don't know what that could possibly mean.
And I believe such a thing is possible. I don't believe in the post-structuralism. I don't believe that, no, well, everyone's got their own subjective truth, because I believe in God. Now, so with something like this impending trial, which you sort of, when we were chatting before, described as the elephant in the room, yeah, it's sort of like, it's sort of awesome. And I mean that literally. I mean, it induces a terrifying, glorious awe. Because, like you, I look at the news the whole time, right? And I'll look at a story like what many people would refer to, and you would refer to as a genocide in Gaza. And I think, wow, we consume so much information now. I find it hard even to connect with the human beings. Like, I can't take it when I see, and this individual father has lost this individual child. When it gets that close, I can't really even take it. And say a story like this one, because I have a strong instinct, and I'd love to have the conversation I could have with you about how media operates, how media selects.
Like he doesn't know how that happens, first of all. And second, I'm not actually in favor of retributive justice. I don't like retribution against people. I want society to be protected from them, to prevent this kind of thing from happening ever again, And Dark Matter 2525 actually did a video on this the other day that I thought was fascinating and totally on point. Hang on. Since you have the ability to reverse the gameplay, you should go into the secret room with all the swastikas. The secret room was designed by a protest to the Nazis. What? Hang on. Wait a minute. I haven't heard of this. This is a gaming fun fact I did not know. In Mario Bros. 3. I'll find out. Wow, I did not know this exists. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I might do that.
How media deselects, how media targets, that media is not neutral, particularly traditional, conventional media. We're doing this interview in an Associated Press studio. The Associated Press is a sort of a bastion of neutrality with how it's regarded. But if you investigate the inception and funding of the Associated Press, you will discover that it's like all media, it has a telos, an intention, a function. It's there for a reason. And you and me, we've lived in that world. We know things a lot of people don't know. You know stories that if they were printed would blow some of the world's biggest stars out of the water forever.
This dude is so full of shit. Oh my God. The things he says are insufferable. I don't know any stories like that myself about people, because if I find out that somebody did some shit like that, then I tell the world about it. And I never talk to those people ever again. Wait, it's Wait, is this in Zelda, not Super Mario Bros? Hold on. Secret area typically found in level 5-7 or a result of specific room layouts appearing as a swastika symbol. I'm going to have to look this up later on my own time and find it, because that's definitely interesting. I'll read more about that. Anyway, all right, let's continue. There are cases, though, where I know that people have been accused of things, and I was physically in the room and know for a fact that the accusations are false. Like, people are fabricating information about certain YouTubers or whatever to destroy their lives, and for no other reason. A really evil, vile, disgusting shit. And unfortunately, everybody's so ready to jump on the bandwagon and destroy somebody that there's, no one on the other side is even listening. They don't even care. They just, oh, this person did that? Well, I'm fucking done with them and I hope they die in a house fire type of thing. When they were completely innocent. And I know that for a fact. It's pretty sad. Whoop, sorry.
Know that. We live in that world. And beyond celebrity gossip, even though, gosh, to this day, people are fascinated and allured by it. Important stuff, man, about corruption and the world's most powerful people. We know it. And it's hard to communicate it. Sometimes it's difficult to corroborate it. Sometimes it's imprudent to say it because of personal reasons. You've got to survive in this world. You have survived in this world. Where I am now is I feel like I've been on trial my whole life anyway. The whole thing's been a trial.
You're so persecuted. Your whole life has been a trial. Oh, this poor person. So sorry you're persecuted with your millions of fucking dollars. Geez, it must be hard being a fucking millionaire, huh? I bet it is.
Kid from Grays. I've been a heroin addict. I'm the only child of a single mother. The whole thing's a trial. I go to jail. The thing is, I believe in God. I've always believed in God.
I bet you do.
God. It is different to believe in Jesus. It is different, and I'm really aware that some people just think it's...
But have you thought about the reality of losing your liberty?
Yes.
Of, night one in a cell, and that's going to be your life for a few years. In other words, the worst case scenario, which everybody who faces a criminal trial has to contemplate.
So he's going to trial, huh? He's not taking a plea bargain or anything? That's risky. I think maybe he should have taken a plea bargain. Honestly, I don't think plea bargains are moral, but anyway. Let me go grab coffee real fast. We're at 11:42. I think I already downloaded this, but let me just verify that. No, I didn't. All right, 11:42. It's going to take me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Yep. There we go.
And all of us, all the time, every day.
But have you thought about that moment, if that clanking door shuts and you lose your liberty, how you would deal with that?
I will be with God wherever I am. And of course, I would prefer to be with God with my wife and my kids. But this is what I have to do. I'm not saying that that's not a difficult image, and a difficult thing to contemplate. Of course it is. But in fact, actually what I was trying to get to, but I recognize I pirouette some when I start talking, was the hardest thing is knowing that in spite of all the potential reasons that I'm in this situation, that there are people in this world that feel so aggrieved about their contact with me that they are willing to go through this process. That is a very difficult thing to countenance, and a real challenge, and something that in whatever ways are necessary must be addressed. And
okay. Let me just put the headphones back in and continue where we left off. 11:42. Let me open it. Here we are. I don't know what this is. What? Okay, here we are.
Let's come to this. Save your.
Nope, it's 11:42. 11. There it is.
It's the worst case scenario, which everybody who faces a criminal trial has to contemplate.
That's scary, dude. My God.
And all of us.
Of course,
all the time.
Of course.
Every day.
But have you thought about that moment, if that clanking door shuts and you lose your liberty, how you would deal with that?
I will be with God wherever I am. And of course, I would prefer to be with God, with my wife and my kids. But this is what I have to do. I'm not saying that that's not a difficult image, and a difficult thing to contemplate. Of course it is. But in fact, actually what I was trying to get to, but I recognise I pirouette some when I start talking, was the hardest thing is knowing that in spite of all the potential reasons that I'm in this situation, that there are people in this world that feel so aggrieved about their contact with me that they are willing to go through this process. That is a very difficult thing to countenance, and a real challenge, and something that in whatever ways are necessary must be addressed. And it is comforting to think that there could be justice, that there could be. We are going to find out.
Is he admitting in a roundabout way that this girl was taken advantage of by him?
The truth, and we're going to deal with the truth. Because actually, I am not afraid of the truth. And if the truth is I am going to prison, then my job will be, do not be afraid of that truth. That is what you are going to do.
When I interviewed you for GQ, I went and found it yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my word.
20,
Tell me, darling.
Literally 20 years ago. It was March 2006. We met at a trendy bistro near Tottenham Court Road in London. That was the first time I'd ever interviewed you. You were 31 at the time.
Wow.
And I was quite gushing. I said, I assumed I'd find Brand irritating, pointless, and easy target. But I was wrong. He was charming, articulate, outrageous, and very, very funny. We roamed through 2 hours through his extraordinary life, a non-stop orgy of comedy, drugs, bulimia, hookers, four-in-a-bed romps, and celebrity bed notches. And then, for some reason, I asked you halfway through, are you a more successful sexual predator now that you don't drink? And you replied, yes, but I resent the word predator.
Oh, shit.
I like to think of myself as a conduit of natural forces. After all, the most natural thing in the world for people to do is fuck, isn't it?
Oh,
and people want to do it. So
oh my God, dude. This is bad for his trial. Holy shit. He asked Russell Brand, are you a better sexual predator? And he said, yes, but there's no such thing as predator, basically, because the most natural thing we can do is sleep with people. Holy shit, dude. That is bad. Is he trying to tank his fucking trial?
all you have to do is remove all the reasons why women don't actually go through with it, like pride and reputation. You just have to unpick the conditions stopping women going straight to bed with you.
That sounds like charm, seduction, game. Do you remember in the era immediately prior to this one? And one would have to accept that Me Too redressed in 2015 when that happened a dreadful imbalance in male-female power dynamics that it's good that there's an ongoing conversation and that some of the corruption and exploitation in that is being exposed and explored. And what that was there at 31, man, that was, I forget, because being famous has been for me, it sounds like you enjoy it more than I do, but for me it's been like...
There's a double-edged sword for everyone.
I don't know, like, I mean, there's bits I've really liked, and what that...
I don't think, yeah, like... You know, I went to, there was a guy that lived in my apartment building that knew me. I got on my elevator and he's like, "Hey, are you Owen Morgan?" I am famous in my own right. I am recognized. When I'm in a city, I'm recognized a lot. Or when I'm in a certain setting, I'm recognized all the time. I don't think that fame is a double-edged sword. I don't see the bad side of fame. Like, I feel like these people are just bitch to bitch. Seems like.
I can hear in that lovely piece of writing is that I was into it, and I forget that now. Like, even talking to you about football can be hard, because I really love West Ham. That's my, like, when there was a little boy, when there was a teenager, and then suddenly I'm in the with Cameron Brady, and
Look at this big, obnoxious, stupid fucking cross that he is wearing around his neck. He is obviously facing a serious legal situation and is using Christianity to get out of this, right? If that's what's happening.
with the Sullivan et al, you know, but now, because like I have a different view of the culture now, Piers, and I'm afraid like I regard it as evil in a word.
I think fame can be one of the most insidious drugs of all.
Oh, fucking please. Well, one of the most insidious drugs. I mean, it does bad things to people sometimes. I'll give them that.
Certainly it is. But what is it?
The craving that people have for it, and then actually the cold, hard reality of how it warps a lot of people's values, a lot of the way that
fair enough,
that they behave.
Yes,
all those things. I see it all the time.
Yes. What does it do to? I mean, and also,
it's like any drug. I think it's like any drug. It's like cocaine. It's like all these things. It is a drug that people crave it and they want more and more of it. And then there's usually at some stage, unless they're incredibly strong, mentally strong, there's normally a tipping point where the reality of big fame hits hard, and you know, the show business is littered with the professional carcasses of people that then couldn't deal with the downside of it.
Maybe if we replace the word drug with stimulant, it becomes clearer to understand that you are stimulated by your own fame, by your own reputation. Now, even a person that's not famous, and obviously most people aren't, except for Warhol's perspicacious and proverbial 15 minutes, which of course has happened now. All of us have...
Is he saying his 15 minutes of fame is over?
The idea that there's an object of ourselves that people are commenting on, a facade, a mask. Obviously the word hypocrite comes from mask wearer. Now...
I don't know if that's true, but okay, whatever.
You have an identity in public, I have an identity in public, and what I can hear there, man, and it warms me, is I was being 100% honest. And I'm being 100% honest now. I'm not afraid of the truth. So if justice is real, if telling the truth is how a person's meant to operate, I was telling the truth then. And I can I can feel that. I mean, 31, you know, that sounds like a 19-year-old really, but I was stunted in many ways, like a lot of crackheads and smackheads. You kind of formaldehyde yourself in addiction somewhat. And that's like someone that's... I remember the rush of first becoming famous, of the glory of it. Not only the superficial glory of like going from being poor to not being poor, and going to like, oh, it's embarrassing and difficult to chat up women, to, oh my God, look at this. But also the sense that a world that had been saying, no, you can't, suddenly we're saying yes. Like, yes, you can have a TV show. Yes, you can be on the radio. Yes, you can have a book. Yes, you can. Yes. Like, it was sort of beautiful. There was something about it that was amazing. I mean, creatively. I mean, like that, to be able to do, you know, to have an interview with you and to opine and for someone to care when you've felt very small all your life, like I think a lot of people probably do, because I think this world makes you feel small, indeed makes you feel irrelevant. Just like if I'm not famous, if I'm not if I'm not sleeping around or driving this car, I'm sort of really curious about, like, say the thing with you and the lad HS Tiki Toki and Andrew Tate, these sort of new stars that are post the era that you and I are from. I really highly regard their boldness, even in both of the instances just cited. They're bold men.
They're fucking obnoxious. Andrew Tate and Tiki Toki. I don't know if you guys have seen that dude, but he's an obnoxious fucking fool. Oh my God.
Like that. But they are still advocating for a set of values that clearly I advocated for in a somewhat more camp way, even then. That if you aren't sleeping around with a bunch of women, you ain't worth much. And if I can get one thing across to you today, I want it to be that being in Christ and like being in God, it gives me the strength to recognize, you might have to go to jail, but people go to jail. That's the thing that happens to people in the world. And people go to jail that shouldn't have gone to jail.
What I find most sort of interesting, when I read that GQ thing, it was like all the things I said. It was highly entertaining, made me laugh out loud. It did again when I read it the other day. But obviously you read it with a slightly different context given what's happened to you. You're very, honest, open, brazen, some might say. You admitted you slept with thousands of women, sometimes 2 at a time, 3 at a time. You were very this is all a bit of a laugh. And you were taking a lot of drugs through the late 90s, early 2000s. And my question for you is that obviously you're facing these serious charges. Obviously you've been emphatic and consistently emphatic in your denials that you've done anything criminal and that anything was non-consensual, which will be the key determinant of your liberty, actually, whether a jury agrees that this was all consensual. Putting aside the morality aspect, and we'll come to that, which is an interesting, different discussion, but it's not about crime morality. It's a court of public opinion, perhaps, but it's a different thing. But my question, I think, looking back on it, and the lifestyle that you've talked about very openly now, looking back on that and saying, look, I was out of control, taking all these drugs, sleeping with all these women, whatever, is how can you be sure that your own memory is good, is sound, is reliable, is truthful?
Damn, is he trying to fucking bury him right now? This is definitely not the type of question Russell Brand should want to be asked at this moment.
Most people who slept with thousands of women and taken barrel loads of drugs and led this incredibly hedonistic lifestyle, I would think if I interviewed them and asked them to name even what year it was, would struggle to remember. Can you be certain, if you're honest, that your memory is completely sound, accurate? Do you remember half this stuff?
Well, yes, I can be honest.
It's a relevant question, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yes, I can be honest, and I am honest. And I think what's an important distinction is that I was a drug addict prior to becoming famous. So that was a very different rhythm and time. And I think the question was, has it made you a more successful predator? And even then, I objected to the idea of predation as persecutory, but predation is simply an amplification of looking for something with intention. And the reason I wasn't famous when I was still using drugs, Piers, is because when I was a drug addict, I was an unviable economic proposition for potential media partners. The reason that I'm able to remember is something that I think is sort of quite essential, is that I'm telling the truth in that GQ article amidst the sort of flamboyance and the evident hedonic, is a person that was looking for a lot of attention and approval and love and connection. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't clumsiness and that there was...
Would you call clumsiness what you're being charged for right now, which is taking advantage of a young woman?
And selfishness and objectification and lots of things, though, to your point about there being a moral distinction, flat out wrong. But it's very different than a kind of a bawdy, overbearing, oppressive, controlling. Obviously I'm aware of the sort of claims that were made publicly in the documentary, and I'm not sure to which degree what makes part of this so complicated is this all happened subsequent to a documentary, and you know as a journalist that journalists are not held to the same level of, I want to say, integrity as an investigator of a legal matter.
Journalists are not held to the same degree of integrity or ethics as an investigator, a legal investigator. Interesting. I guess with an investigator, it's enforced and they can get in a lot of trouble for lying about evidence or whatever. I'll give them that. Where journalists, they can lie all they want. They don't, because they have good ethics, because they have signed ethics contracts and things like that oftentimes, but not all the time, I suppose. Okay.
That if you're a journalist talking to someone, like even you now, you know how to navigate me into certain positions. If you were talking to someone, or 100 someones, or 500 people saying, look, you slept with Russell Brand, what happened? Well, someone else has told me this. It's quite easy in a non-legal and non-judicial setting to induce, encourage and direct people to look at things in a particular way. And I think once that artefact has been made, I'm certainly not making claims about the criminal judicial system, which I, like you, believe will provide a just outcome.
Okay. Well, you're a bit of a sucker for that, but that was an interesting rhetorical move he just made, because everybody can agree that the justice system is not fully fair all the time, 24/7, right? Now, when he's, sentenced to whatever, people are going to come back to the moment he said that, and they're going to say, maybe it wasn't fair because of what he said. Interesting.
Just outcome, because ultimately, I think whatever outcome occurs, like as you say, I have to live with that, and will do, obviously. But how does one remember? Yes, it is a long time ago, but firstly, I was never drinking or taking drugs. I think people conflate, because some of the films I played drug addicts and drug users and stuff. Frankly, all of the films I made, there wasn't an enormous range at hand there in that film career there. But the reason I remember is because I was there, because I'm present, and because the whole thing was very live and alive. I have a good memory, and particularly, obviously, this is something I've had to reflect on and go.
So the only movie I remember him from was Get Him to the Greek, and I thought that was a really funny movie. I had never even heard of the dude before that movie. What other shit was he even in? Let's see.
We're clean from 2002.
December the 13th, 2002 is the date I got.
Some of the allegations go back to 99, so there must have been some crossover.
Well, without wanting to get into the specificity of the criminal matter, that's not generally the complexion, and in the variation from that generality, there are other indicators that make it clear that my memory is reliable.
Okay. Usually you don't hear people arguing that their memory is reliable. That's interesting. That's an interesting little kind of, I don't know, hole that he just got himself in here, right? Usually people say, I don't remember anything. And Piers Morgan just got him to say, I remember everything. Very interesting. Regarding the movies he was in, Breakout was playing the rock star Aldous Snow in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, which led to the spin-off Get Him to the Greek. Interesting. Probably best known for those two, plus the Arthur remake in 2011. He also voiced Dr. Nefario in Despicable Me. Really? Okay. He was in Hop, Bedtime Stories, Rock of Ages, Trolls, Saint Trinians, and Julie Taymor's The Tempest. Okay. Cool.
The interesting thing, I was listening to your Megyn Kelly interview yesterday, and it's blown up. We're both in New York, and it's blown up big in America today. A lot of people commenting about this. Let's play the clip for those who haven't heard it.
In Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature 30-year-old. Consensual sex, actually, with a variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time.
I had set my mind to never, ever sleep with somebody if they knew who I was on YouTube. I feel like that's breaking a barrier that should not be broken. I did end up meeting my wife tangentially through YouTube, not through my channel really exactly. It's more complicated than that. But, we got married, and we've been together for like 8 years or something like that. A long, long time. Anyway, I just think it's a really bad idea to be with people who know you through your fame like that. And, because there is a power difference there. that's very easy to manipulate and very unethical to manipulate?
I think it involves exploitation.
What's been interesting is the way that's played out, because you were right in what you said. It was perfectly legal for you to have sex with a 16-year-old girl in the UK. That's the law. In America, here in New York, for example, the age of consent is 17. So
is it?
So here it would have been a crime had you done that here. But I looked at every state in America because I thought it was an interesting. I saw some people commenting on this on social media. In about 30 states in America, the age of consent is 16, the same as the UK. I'm not even sure most Americans are aware of that.
I looked it up recently because I found that out. I was horrified by that. That's fucking insane and disgusting. What?
About another dozen states, it's 17. Another dozen or so, it's 18. So there's no uniformity around America. But actually, in the majority of states in America, it's the same as the United Kingdom, and therefore would not be a crime. Now, again, people can take a moral view about it. I think you took a moral view about what you were doing then. Interestingly, the GQ interview happened when you were about that age.
Yeah.
So it was going on then. And you used the word exploitative. Some people I've seen latch onto this and say, well, yeah, so he knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows that that was wrong. What is that line for you between exploiting as a 30-year-old man a 16-year-old girl to the point where it becomes criminal potentially? What is that line for you?
I suppose it's consent, Piers.
Right.
That the age of consent means in varying ways, in different places, people have a understanding which probably isn't wholly accurate and reliable, that at a certain age, a person is able to make a consensual decision to smoke a cigarette or vote or have sex or gamble, and these things vary according to jurisdiction and type of law. And in the place where I was both emotionally and spiritually and geographically.
And spiritually, he says. I actually think gambling should be illegal for people to profit from. If you want to, for companies or countries or state governments to profit from. If you want to, play a friendly game of cards with your buddies in your house, that's fine. But I think it is immoral for a casino to profit from gambling. They should. God, I don't think casinos should exist at all, but if they were going to, I suppose I could argue that I could justify 5% profits, which is roughly what grocery stores make off of the goods that they sell. 5% profits, and every other penny goes back into winning. They have to pay out a lot more. They're fucking people over right now, and it's disgusting. Look, just ban casinos, honestly. They shouldn't exist. Ban the lottery. It should not exist. It is toxic.
That was a legal thing to be doing, but not a morally sound thing to be doing.
I've been struck by a lot of people on the conservative right in America are furious about what they perceive to be a revelation. It wasn't a revelation to me because it's been talked about before and reported widely. Are you taken aback because you've moved here, you live in Florida, you've sort of embraced the MAGA movement to a degree, not completely, but to a degree?
No, he's MAGA pretty much.
You've written a book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. And you obviously are a different person now, there's no question of that. But are you taken aback by the reaction to what you said to Megyn Kelly, the fury from a lot of people on the conservative Christian right here?
I'm surprised all the time by stuff, but if people think it's wrong I'm a Christian and I'm serious about it. I think that...
Yeah, I bet. As we'll see in a minute, as Piers Morgan showed at the start of this episode, He couldn't even find his quote-unquote favorite Bible verse. He couldn't even find it. Said it's in Isaiah somewhere, and then flipped through the pages for 20 fucking minutes, and then turned up nothing. I do not believe that he's a Christian. If he were a Christian, you know, I always make it a point of not judging whether somebody's a Christian. I wrote a whole book on Hitler's religious beliefs and never made a direct claim about what he believed. I just lay out the evidence because I don't think it's right to claim to know what's in someone's head. You have no way of knowing what's in their head.
That the only safe place to have sex is within marriage. So I agree with them. I agree with them. It's very difficult to... You asked at the beginning of our conversation, what are the challenges? Well, the challenges are a criminal judicial proceeding that's about law and consent, a PR situation that's about people's feelings and sentiments that often cross over, what the compromises and flaws are in a media, judicial and legal system that are plainly somewhat symbiotic and porous. There's a lot of different things happening. But I think sort of probably the simplest thing for me to focus on is, should I have been doing that? And the answer is, in retrospect, no. And it was a bit difficult is how we all, and I presume you're the same, feel like, well, whatever we did in the past, it's made us the person that we are today. And it's difficult to make that claim when you have to acknowledge that your actions have caused distress.
The girl concerned...
So that sounds like he's admitting, right? It sounds like he's admitting that he did something wrong with this girl.
And in that story, we can discuss that because it was from the documentary and it's not part of your legal case. But she dated you for 3 months when she was 16. She described you referring to her as the child, sending cars to collect her from school, coaching her on what to tell her parents.
Jesus Christ, I did not know about all of that. He groomed her, full-blown groomed her?
Made allegations about the sexual interactions you had, suggesting that you forced yourself in certain ways and so on. But she's not part of the legal case, and let's be clear about that. So there's no suggestion of criminality that's been levelled at you legally. But when you hear that account, what do you feel about the fact you were nearly twice her age, she was only 16, and you're picking her up from school, all that kind of thing?
Hey, Jerry Seinfeld did the exact same thing. Did you guys know about that? Seinfeld actually picked up his girlfriend from high school while he was, I believe, while he was filming on his show, Seinfeld, if I'm not mistaken. And he writes about it in his book. It's fucking disgusting, dude. Oh my God, what is wrong with these people? Seriously.
Do you feel about
it? Well, I think some of those details are pretty important and relevant. And how I feel about it is, as I've said, it's not nice to know that my actions have contributed to a person suffering, and there should be there must be justice for that. The context in which those consensual encounters were happening was a sort of merry deluge of constant consensual activity that was very, very difficult to sometimes believe was happening, but one adjusts.
Dude, I am sucking at this game right now.
To those kind of conditions, and I would say peers on a personal level, yes, of course that's wrong. It's morally and spiritually wrong. It's legal. It's not a legal issue. But I don't want to try to minimize my actions anyway. I'm fully culpable and absolutely not happy, but willing, of course, to deal with the consequences of my actions. Not so willing to deal with consequences of actions that were not undertaken. I think that's a really important distinction to remind you and your audience of. And also, I suppose, it seems like a deliberate removal of context not to continually cement that famous men that are single have always and typically behaved in this manner. One prays consensually, but one also suspects that there's a responsibility incumbent on people that have that power, whether that power is magnetism or whether that power is fame or whether that power is money or whatever that power is. It's not very easy to live a moral life in a culture that really openly rewarded. Were you still at the Sun when I was being Shagger of the Year? This when I was being, I was literally being given awards for it.
No, I mean,
so of course it's really terrible.
I'd actually left the Sun, but the Sun had an award called Shagger of the Year, and you won it a couple of times, I think.
3 times.
And it was,
some of the glory's faded.
Right, but it was
amidst the rape allegations, the Shagger of the Year titles do not seem quite as valuable, I'll have to confess.
Right.
Okay.
But some of the shines come off.
That's like, is this really something to be joking about right now? I mean, I appreciate the humor, but, you know, this is pretty fucking dark.
Well, the point I would make is, at the time, everyone embraced it as good fun. You were seen as this big shagger, and it was all very funny and entertaining, and nobody at the time was coming forward to say this was rape, sexual assault, or anything else. And that was the context of that time.
Yes.
Now, it obviously, there's a very different thing about it.
Well, I'll ask you something as a journalist. Also, during Me Too, no one came forward. In fact, people came forward subsequent to a very deliberate documentary. And I feel that...
I don't think it really matters whether they came forward during Me Too. They came forward, and that's what counts.
Therefore, it's difficult to remove the documentary from the chronology because it's sort of an important artifact in there. And I just will point that out and how difficult that makes it, even our conversation, the idea of a fair trial, an ongoing conversation, because I would say literally precisely the same behaviour that was lauded, consensual, excessive sex, was reframed when it became convenient, appropriate and useful as non-consensual, and now we have a method and means for dealing with a potentially difficult situation. Now, I wouldn't be so grandiose as to suggest that I am the situation. The situation is something that you do know a lot about. Media has changed from centralised media with a degree of centralised control with rare anomalies, but let's take the COVID example as primary. If you were...
Oh, here we go. He's going to start spreading his conspiracy theories and his pro-Trump garbage, right?
Working in mainstream media during COVID, you would have a pretty prescriptive approach. Indeed, you had that approach. Subsequent to COVID and amidst the pandemic period, inquiries and questions were made in real time. In fact, I participated significantly in that. And it's a matter of public record that logically AI, who worked for Moderna, Pfizer and the British government, dealt with my content, de-amplifying, commenting on, and indeed the 77th Brigade, a PSYOPs organisation that primarily works in foreign territories with the British military.
What the fuck is he talking about? What is all this? Hold on, let me see if I can, give me a second here. This was at 3351. 3351. 3351. 3351. This is where it starts to really ramp up, apparently. All right, let me see if I can get more info on this. Morgan interview. Can't find Bible verse. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. The CIA shit and everything. About. Let's see. Okay, I just found some info on this. This video. Basically, the 77th Brigade claim that he made. He says, the 77th Brigade, a PSYOP organization that primarily works in foreign territories with the British military during the COVID period, worked the UK too, and cites what he says is a Times quote about taking down social media influencers. The 77th Brigade is real. It's a British Army unit focused on information operations. During COVID, there were reports that it monitored social media for disinformation, but Brand frames it as he's a target of this basically government branch dedicated to stopping disinformation. He's claiming that it's like claiming the NSA was trying to shut him down because of the things that he said about COVID. It's absurd. The Logically AI claim he made. He says, Logically AI, who worked for Moderna, Pfizer, and the British government, dealt with my content, de-amplifying, commenting on. Logically is a real company. It's a counter-disinformation outfit that flags misinformation for platforms and has had government contracts. It's plausible they flagged some of his... What the fuck is going on with Mario right now? I wasn't looking at it because I couldn't see it. Plausible that they flagged some of his stuff, some of his videos, but there's no evidence that it's like a psyop or whatever. I didn't mean to actually get any of these. I meant to pick the wrong one so I could get out. He's obviously stitching together a narrative to make himself out to be like some persecuted person by the government over COVID.
Period, worked in the UK to, and this is a direct quote from I think the Times, take down social media influencers. Now, there's an obvious clear distinction between my reckless, lascivious conduct, about which I was open and honest, indeed your own words demonstrate that, contemporaneously, and the obvious retrospective damage that's now done. It's difficult not to imagine that a documentary made in the midst of my own conflict, ongoing conflict with mainstream media, which, to be plain and frank, I regard as akin to evil. What I mean by that is I think it primarily exists not to give people true information, but to maximize people's vulnerability and the ability of powerful interests to exploit and control people.
Can I just, on that point?
Yes, you can. But remember, be careful because of the legal situation. I just want to land fully that when a country and a country's media treat its own population as a kind of invaded and occupied territory, we should pay attention to that.
Please, dude. Yeah. This isn't about him. This is about you, right? It's not about how he took advantage of young girls, 16 years old. It's about how the government is trying to get to you.
There was a military operation took place in this country, the United States, and in our beloved country, the United Kingdom. And there's a reason now, Piers, that people from farmers to the white working class, to almost every aspect of British public life is alive and febrile with hostility, anger and confusion. The systems are breaking down. The systems are breaking down because of the technology.
What the fuck does that even mean? The systems are breaking down because of the technology? What?
When Breitbart said brilliantly that politics is downstream of culture, perhaps we could have included that technology is very near the top of that stream, not the absolute source. But technology is changing everything.
No, I agree with that. But let me ask you, why would the state, the establishment, why would they come after you particularly? I mean, you were doing a YouTube channel, you were doing your thing, you were having opinions, but a gazillion people were doing that. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately, that all these allegations are only because you, Russell Brand, was saying stuff about a COVID pandemic or whatever. A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like,
yes, it's complete bullshit. Seriously? The government came after you because of your position on COVID? Fucking please.
Come on, Russell. It's not that. And when they hear you I wouldn't say you're dismissing it, but when you say but when you say
absolutely not,
when people say also,
I also think that's quite reductive, if I may say, the way that you've sort of framed it, because it is not just me. I mean, the idea that there is not a set of powers that manipulate the public conversation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder.
Oh, fucking please, dude. He's using every buzzword he can. Logically AI, 77th Brigade, Charlie Kirk's murder. Give it a fucking rest, man.
Annihilation or near annihilation, which he obviously survived, of Joe Rogan, the vilification of admittedly controversial figures like Tommy Robinson or Andrew Tate, and I'm not trying to set myself up in a rogues gallery here, but Piers, you've operated in media for long enough and with enough depth and understanding to recognize that there are flavors and ways of handling obstreperous public figures. And
Yep. He's pretending he's the victim here, obviously. Got it.
I don't think of myself as particularly important. I know that my importance
That's really
is,
my point. My point is, I just don't think that you were I mean, I don't mean this to be remotely derogatory.
No, but I'm not
because
actually...
you had a very popular channel and lots of people were watching it. It's not that. It's just I don't think that your influence in any of those debates would have warranted the establishment going, right, we've got to silence Russell Brand.
Yes, I think you're right. And I think it's that kind of reductivism that stops people having a clear view of how these systems work. And sometimes it's good to take recourse to some of the great American comedians, as Carlin says, where interests converge, no conspiracy is necessary.
Carlin would fucking hate you.
You know that deep state organizations are nebulous as well as nefarious, that they operate in ways that are difficult to understand, that there is a kind of overall intention. You know that there was a point where mainstream media recognized we're going to have to pivot radically. We're not selling newspapers anymore. People are getting their news from different sources. People are having different conversations. People are starting to not trust en masse.
Yeah, so that explains why you raped somebody when you were younger. Absolutely, that makes sense. I get it now.
Think about this as a good metric, if you'll indulge me. Say, if 20, 30 years ago, when people would talk about someone like Alex Jones, and let's not talk about me, let's just go with, that I've got a criminal trial, and quite right, and by God's grace, the right outcome will prevail, and whatever that is, then that's God's will. But on the matter of, is there such a thing as controlling the media, and is there collateral damage in when you're controlling a narrative? Did people want a particular style of reporting and particular information to be prevalent during the pandemic period? Yes. Were voices shut down?
I'm sorry. They were trying to prevent disinformation from infecting the sphere because Russia was pushing disinformation down people's throats. And you know what? The US was pushing disinformation down the throats of other countries, particularly like the Philippines. The United States had a propaganda campaign blaming China for the pandemic to make people not trust China with the vaccine. They wanted the Philippines to buy the US's vaccines, so they ran a bunch of targeted ads to convince people that the Chinese vaccine was not safe. There was a lot of propaganda flying around back then from everywhere and everybody. And efforts to tamp down on that are good in my mind. Break up the propaganda network that was unfolding that entire time. That is a good thing, not a bad thing. And these people are very obviously weaponizing the real COVID disinformation campaigns that happened to get out of rape trials. That's what's happening right now. I just want to be real clear. Zero ambiguity. Zero ambiguity. They are using COVID as a justification for why they took advantage of people, or they're using it as a shield, is probably more accurate.
And was information controlled? Yes. Do people get de-amplified? Yes. Do people get kicked off X the whole time?
I would argue
imagine 30 years ago.
But I would argue a public health crisis of that magnitude globally.
You did argue it, Piers, and one of the main reasons that you remain contentious is because
he didn't even get an opportunity to say what he was going to say. Is Piers even opposed to the COVID kind of disinformation campaign censorship? I don't know. Are you going to let him get it out of his fucking mouth?
That magnitude globally.
You did argue it, Piers, and one of the main reasons that you remain contentious is because you advocated, you shamed people into getting vaccines, and we now know those vaccines have killed more people
you don't need to hex
than they say.
That's complete bullshit. The vaccines did not kill more people than blah, blah, blah. The vaccines were extremely safe, effective, and released in an impressively short amount of time. Disgusting.
I'm not hectoring you.
Because I'll tell you why. Because unlike most people,
you've repeatedly apologised.
Yes, and I've said, you know what? I believed.
Now,
hang on, you've raised it, so let me address it because I've heard what you said about this, and I don't blame you. I mistakenly, with hindsight, accepted the real-time scientific advice, which often changed.
This is fucking stupid. The scientists were giving the best advice that they had at any given moment, and this is exactly the type of disinformation campaign that Russia was trying to spread. These two useful idiots are continuing to spread lies about COVID all these years later. And for what? What is the ultimate benefit here? Fucking disgusting.
Often changed. And in particular, when they said, if you have the vaccine against COVID, you cannot transmit the virus.
I don't think anybody said you can't transmit it. I think they said that you're less likely to, and that's not a lie. That's true. If you are less likely to get COVID with the vaccine, which you were, then you are less likely to be able to transmit it. To be able to transmit it if you don't have it. Obviously. Holy shit, dude. Boom Boom is all over the fucking place. He's going nuts over here. Jesus Christ. He's jumping everywhere. My God, I've never had a harder time fighting a Boom Boom. Anyway. What? That wasn't the last hit? I thought it was. Holy shit, dude. He is monstrously difficult, and I've never had that much trouble with Boom Boom before. Anyway.
I thought that was an incredibly powerful thing.
And an untrue thing.
Which meant that, some old person walking around might be infected by some reckless young guy who doesn't want to have the simple jab, and he may kill that person. It turned out that was not true.
Yes, it was. It was true. If you get vaccinated, you're less likely to get COVID. If you get COVID, you can still transmit it, obviously.
So what do you
wait, let me finish. I became incredibly censorious of people who wouldn't have the jab for a period of a few months. And then when they changed the advice, I felt I had actually, in the initial moment, abrogated my journalistic duty. What I should have done was be more skeptical.
Oh, fucking please, dude. We were listening to scientists, feeling our way through the best we could. You seem to have been listening to pop scientists, not real scientists, but people who popularize science and oftentimes get things wrong as a result. That's one of the deepest issues here. It's like with World War II. I've been studying it for many years, and I would call myself an expert in some niche areas of World War II as a result. Written multiple books on it now. And I can see when there are popularizers that are completely full of shit. Unfortunately, the popularizers of World War II are all evangelical scumbags, which bothers me to my absolute core. They lie about, what happened in the church struggle with Hitler, twist things around, lie about people's lives who really suffered. They make shit up. They demonize certain groups and they demonize certain individuals and all of that shit. It's fucking evil and disgusting and wrong. And it sounds like you were listening to those types of idiots to me. It sounds like you were listening to popularizers.
Be more challenging. And certainly be less censorious and judgmental. Accepting that in a fast-moving health emergency, the advice is likely to change.
Of course.
Yes, absolutely. It's likely to change. That's the key point. That if you want, you can read peer-reviewed articles yourself or preprints or whatever. We had a lot of preprints. Don't read preprints. Problem is there's a lot of stuff that was not verified yet through peer review. And people were reading the unreviewed articles and running with those.
So I accept all that.
No, you don't actually, because...
But where we're different is this. I still believe that the vaccine saved millions of lives?
Yes. A lot of people don't. No, I don't.
You don't. I know, but I do.
Good.
He doesn't believe that. What? I'm not sure I believe him.
Okay, that's good. That will be something you'll potentially be adjusting in the future, Piers. And when you
I
do,
don't think so.
you may have another mea culpa to offer to your audience,
Maybe.
because it seems significant to me that crisis benefited some very powerful interests, granted further governmental powers.
Oh, fucking please. Every crisis like that is going to do that, yes. Every crisis is going to be leveraged and manipulated by scumbags. It doesn't mean the crisis isn't real. What crisis could you possibly say is real by that metric, by that standard?
Instantiate the ability to govern at a global level, reveal just how willing people would be to take a medicine, a concoction, let's call it a little more accurately.
Fucking what?
It seems like it might be extremely deleterious, causing infertility, miscarriage.
Nonsense.
Myocarditis. And
this is all flat out bald-faced fucking lies. The things that the vaccine caused were very mild and less frequent forms of things that COVID caused. And if you vaccinated against COVID, you were less likely to deal with those problems in their most extreme form.
That was something that was undertaken with a degree of complicity, at least.
Do you believe in vaccines generally?
I have the kind of questions that anyone that's paying attention
there was a
to
measles
media...
That's a no. He doesn't believe in vaccines. Fucking ridiculous, dude.
A little outbreak of measles recently. Even RFK was giving evidence yesterday and said he absolutely believes in the measles vaccine. In fact, he said, I'm not anti-vax at all. In fact, he said, I support most vaccines. He had legitimate questions about the COVID vaccine because of the speed at which that was designed.
Yes.
But in your case, are you anti all vaccine?
No, I don't.
Or which vaccines do you accept are...
Piers.
That's interesting because he just gave him a list of vaccines that the Trump regime accepts. So do you accept the Trump regime's assessment of vaccines, or do you go even further, even harder? That's an interesting measurement. Are you going exactly as far as you need to go to get on MAGA's good side is really the question here, right?
Oh, good.
Calm down and slow
down.
down.
It's a serious question.
I understand it's a serious question. Of course it is, but I want you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm.
Because, well, then, in which case, unyoke yourself from the conditioning of the world you've found yourself in.
Unyoke yourself, okay.
See, when Chomsky, and there's a guy whose reputation's changed, said to Andrew Marr, in response to Andrew Marr's, well, I've not been conditioned by the BBC. They've not told me what questions I can ask and what my perspective should be. And Chomsky said to Andrew Marr, no, what I'm telling you is that if you didn't have the right opinions and the right perspectives, you wouldn't be sitting in that chair. Now, you and I have moved between many chairs. We've seen what goes on at the Daily Mirror. We know what happens. We know how people get information. And I know your position on the most public things. And I want to talk to you just as a person that survived in this world,
on vaccines.
No, look, vaccines. I'm not an expert on vaccines. I don't know anything about vaccines.
Are there any vaccines that you think are good?
It's not something I'm interested in. I don't.
But you're very interested in it. You talked about it a lot.
No, I'm interested in truth, and where truth and.
Oh my God, dude! Fucking, he's so insufferable as a human being. It's ridiculous.
Vaccines intersect. I'm interested in that.
So let me.
Like, hold on. With all of this going on. With all of the upcoming trial, with the complexity of contemporary media, with a country in tumult, with crisis and protest and war, you care what the guy from Sarah Marshall and GQ thinks about vaccines.
Well, let's just show you here. Take a look at what he caused. This is this girl's dad trying to bribe her not to get the vaccine.
I don't want money, though. Like,
I know you don't, but I don't know what else to do.
You didn't do this to Michael and Kelsey. They already got it.
Don't you think I know that? Don't you think I know that? What do you think? I'm fucking crazy. Your mother got it. Why do you think I'm fucking crazy? My family is gone. My family is gone. By the end of this flu season, most of you will be dead. What the fuck do you expect me to be?
Okay.
That is the direct result of people like Russell Brand lying to the public about vaccines. That's why I care what he thinks about vaccines. Fucking disgusting.
Well, maybe then my opinion is worth paying attention to.
Well, that's my point.
And particularly if you have
That's my point. Either you think it is important or you don't.
What I think is important is being able to tell the truth and being able to control information. Now, when you worked at The Sun and The Mirror, you'd have had certain obligations and restrictions. There's certain stories that get published and don't get published, certain celebrities that get taken down and others that don't. And now you work in this world. And what my prayer is for you, Piers, is that you recognise, and I don't mean this in an insincere way, because I think that mutually we have an opportunity to participate in something a little grander than standing on the sidelines with our faces in the trough of media money, participating in the exacerbating ignorance of people in the UK and the United States of America. The reason I think you've had all these controversies is because you are bullish and you are willing to have a conversation, you're willing to have a go, and that's a real great ability.
I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong.
That's a lovely quality also.
I think everyone should have that.
But it's good because, yes, in response to new information, we should be able to reassess our opinion. Indeed, I didn't used to be a Christian. I'm a Christian now, and sometimes I was astonished that other people aren't Christian. And then I remember, oh, you didn't used to be Christian. You didn't know that God is real. You didn't know.
Oh, my God, it's so insufferable. Please.
That it says in the Bible, be careful, the institutions of power have been captured by dark forces. And what I'd like to say is 30 years ago, Alex Jones, David Icke looked at crackpots and wackos, and in many corners of our culture, they're still regarded with that level.
They are crackpots, wackos, and fucking disgusting, especially David Icke. I cannot believe that he would mention David Icke positively like that. He is fucking evil. David Icke is. Shit. I didn't know there was a one up there. I just lost 2 1-ups there just now. David Icke is like an evil human being in a lot of ways. He's the dude who believes that like the earth is hollow or some insane shit. He popularized the lizard people conspiracy theory, the anti-Semitic conspiracy about, you know, how the world is run by lizards or whatever. It started out anti-Semitic from David Icke. I don't think he invented it, but he popularized it.
Of derision. And they're on a spectrum, and let's say they're the extreme end of that spectrum. And at the other end, BBC, New York Times. 20 years, 30 years down the line, where do you think the needle is moving? Indeed, where are you moving? You've moved from
I'm not moving to where David Icke and Alex Jones
You
are.
were like, well, did you report on a recent story that suggests that there might be global paedophile rings? Have you heard the rumours that many people believe that that pandemic had cooperation and planning and even intersects with Bill Gates and Epstein and those rumours? Now, conspiracy theories are by their nature difficult to corroborate because of the ability of real power to mask itself, the necessity of real power to...
Oh, fucking please, dude. There is no evidence is the problem. You've just made this shit up off the top of your fucking head. There's no evidence of anybody trying to create a one world government. There's no evidence of, God, what was the other stuff? Of people trying to weaponize the COVID vaccine. Get fucking help.
Mask itself. And while we sort of sit around in a Punch and Judy show of advocating for Trump or condemning Trump or laughing at Keir Starmer's voice or his former actions when he was at the CPS and what he didn't do about Julian Assange and what he didn't do about other famous and awful cases in our country and how he sped up the courts during those riots. While that's all taking place, we've not got our eye on what's truly happening. That power is migrating across our entire culture. People are caught up in many needless conflicts. Indeed, your show does a brilliant job of hosting conflicting views, where it's really great orators like Dave Smith and the great stories.
I think it's really important to bring people together.
It's nice, mate, but it's a little bit of a circus, and we've got to find some conciliation because I believe this. I believe that we are... You know, and it's hard for me to talk about this because, yeah, I've got enough on my plate, man. I've got enough on my plate with my own personal life, like most people do. Do in their own way. But I sense we are at a time of real crisis in the UK. I sense that crisis is not going to be resolved by any reshuffling of the existing participants in our parliamentary dance, and a lot of people feel that way, and that's why there's despondency and despair. And what the pandemic was, what was important about the pandemic, I believe, Piers, was not the how well you can undergird the science behind the vaccines, and obviously that don't look good at all in hindsight. But
nonsense. It looks fine. They did a fine job with the vaccine.
the way that the media complied and supported that messaging, of course, with it's a medical crisis, and we have to protect people.
Disagree.
But this is my point.
But
it's like in a medical crisis. No, 1 second. Because in a medical, 1 second. In a medical, of course, I mean, we're all looking forward to it enormously.
Of course,
we should all have a little go. Let it run along. Like in a medical. How much of a medical crisis was it indeed, and what was the role in media? If we
he's found an opportunity to talk about his stupid garbage rather than his legal problems.
Step back for a moment and watch what happened during
many
that
millions
period.
of people died.
Who was vilified? Who was condemned? What are the excess deaths now? Who's controlling these statistics? That everywhere you look, Piers, there's such astonishing anomalies.
But you accept many millions of people died from COVID, do you?
I'm so uncertain about what happened at that time that I believe that I use it mostly now as a kind of lens to look at how disgusting our culture has become, how appalling, how condemnatory.
But why are you avoiding my question?
Because I have a better one.
What's
because I have a better one.
What's the better one?
Who believes, even for an instant, that the function of government and media is to protect us and take care of us anymore? Who believes that they...
Well, it should be, obviously. Like, that should be the case, and it's not. As much as it should be at the bare minimum, right? That's the problem. Like, that was during COVID, that was an example of the government making vaccines. That was an example of them trying to do the right thing. Unfortunately, Trump has completely weaponized it and corrupted it from the inside out. The media was trying to cut down on disinformation campaigns from foreign governments, like Russia, like the United States in other countries, and stuff like that. It was a completely reasonable thing for the media to do. You know, sometimes, like, this is not new, this... Oh my God, dude, I suck at this game. This is not new, this whole... The media kind of limits what conversations can be had or the context in which they can be had. I was reading about Al-Qaeda recently, and I kept running into brick walls. Like, no matter what I was doing, no matter which website I was going to, it was really hard to research Al-Qaeda's structure, their internal structure, the way that they operate, the way that they pay their employees and things like that. Because the violence part, that's not really the biggest part. That's just the most visible part. It was really hard to research their internal structure without running into walls where, you know, websites are being really careful about how they worded things and stuff like that. I did a video on this the other day that hasn't released yet, will soon. But the video is basically comparing the structure of the modern Christian nationalist state in the United States to Al-Qaeda. And I found that they're identical in how they operate. Identical. They use violence against people through lone wolf attacks by, you know, if through no other means than by Donald Trump or libs of TikTok pointing the finger at certain institutions she doesn't like Boston's Children's Hospital, for example, you know, that kind of thing. This is the exact type of shit that Al-Qaeda does. They point the finger at institutions that they don't like or people that they don't like, and before you know it, some lone wolf nutcases are coming along to cause problems for them. That is Al-Qaeda.
Would put you in your homes and make you take a medication to preserve.
Oh, yeah. So the point is that sometimes these, you know, institutions, the media and stuff, they will try to reduce the amount of talk there is about certain things. And maybe they go a little bit too far, but that's been going on for a long time. And you can still create your own website and say whatever the fuck you want with no guardrails.
take care of us anymore? Who believes that they would put you in your homes and make you take a medication to preserve human life? I'm not talking about the wonderful staff at NHS hospitals or brilliant doctors or even magnificent scientists. I'm talking about this set of interconnected interests that are sometimes difficult to describe, visible in silhouette, evident in the Epstein files, obvious when wars happen that you don't anticipate happening but somehow seemed inevitable, and clear more than in anything during the COVID period.
Had you been Prime Minister...
Okay, I get it.
Had you been Prime Minister when the COVID pandemic broke out, what would you have done?
All right, this is what I would do, is I would immediately...
Just to put it in context, you're seeing in Italy, in Lombardy, they're seeing thousands of people a day
I know,
dying,
we remember
dying because they lived in big family groups in houses.
Yes.
And it was ripping through them, as it did through our care homes, for example.
I'd pay attention to them hazmat suits in China that suddenly disappeared and those stories of people dying in the street that sort of disappeared.
The origin of it is one issue, but once it's broken out, and it's clearly killing a lot of people very quickly, and it's clearly going to come to our doorstep.
I have an answer.
You as the Prime Minister, what would you do?
Well, then fucking give it. My God, dude.
Firstly, this. The very office of Prime Minister and executive power to that degree is absurd and corruptible.
Okay, that's not fixable. That's not an issue that you can work on or change in any way, shape, or form. What solution would you suggest?
It's one of the primary problems that must be addressed. Forms of technocracy, that means government by some experts, that's what that means, could be really, really helpful in a true democracy. What I believe should have happened, or could have happened, because that's really what you're asking me about the pandemic period, is that we should have remained open to a variety of views, including the views that were deliberately shut down and censored from the get-go from prominent and valid experts like, e.g., Peter McCulloch, Robert Malone.
No, those people were not experts and they were not valid in this conversation. They were conspiracy theorists. Robert Malone forfeited his right to claim expertise when he claimed that he invented the mRNA vaccine. He did not. That was a lie, a bald-faced fucking lie that he told. Okay, when you tell lies about your own reputation like that, you forfeit the right to call yourself a member of that, field at all, as far as I'm concerned. And he wasn't even an active publisher in that field anymore, to my knowledge. He hadn't been active in that field for a while, if I remember correctly.
Jay Bhattacharya, experts out of institutions of great
So what would you
respect
have
and
done
worth, listened to what they were suggesting, like in the, what was it called?
So what were they suggesting? What did Malone suggest exactly that you think that we should have tried? Let me look it up. We'll find out. Give me a second. Oh my God, Peter McCulloch, that fucking scumbag. I remember him. Okay, so here's how Peter McCulloch got famous, I guess you could say, or became very respected in the field. He was an epidemiologist, I think, maybe. And he famously, he's a Trump scumbag. He was the first person to do a test or a proper double-blind study or whatever, a peer-reviewed study on the effects of COVID. It seems very basic, very straightforward, and very obvious, but, you got to start a baseline. What symptoms do people deal with? McCulloch was the first one to actually establish what the symptoms were through peer review. And as a result, he was heavily cited. He got like Thousands of citations on that. And citations are the currency of the scientific world. The more citations you have on your paper, the more legitimate you are as a researcher, and the more legitimate your paper is. So he's recognized as a very legitimate epidemiologist type of person because he was the first one to do that study. And he used that legitimacy to demonize the vaccine and all kinds of shit, and trans people and everything. Malone claimed to have been the guy that invented the mRNA vaccine. He was not. He was on some team of researchers who was working with mRNA back in the day, like 30 years ago or something. He was not the inventor of mRNA technology. That's nonsense. So what was Malone's solution that we should have listened to? He didn't have a solution. His solution, actually, he did have one. It was to get the vaccine. He got the vaccine, and he admitted to getting the vaccine, the Moderna one, because he had long COVID and he had to travel, quote unquote. So what was he saying if not offering a solution other than the vaccine? He was saying that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin were the solution and that people should be taking those. That's what he was saying. It was fucking absurd. Those actually were peer-reviewed, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. They were both peer-reviewed and found to not help in any way, shape, or form. They were found to do absolutely nothing. So I don't know what Russell Brand is, I don't know what he's saying here. I don't know what he thought he was like. I don't know what he thought we were going to get out of this, but it's nonsense.
The Barraclough Agreement, the Barraclough Declaration, right at the beginning.
Well, how would you have
known
known which ones to believe?
Well, the fact is that I wouldn't place so much certainty in my own perspective and opinion because, firstly, I believe in God. And so I truly do believe in the values of protecting as many people as possible. I do believe in public good. I would have listened to the valid experts. I would have investigated.
But there were many valid experts, as you know, saying different things.
Do you know another thing to look at? Who's getting paid by whom? Who's worked for Moderna? Who's worked for Pfizer? Who's worked for Logically AI? Who's got these who has connections to certain financial institutions?
Would you have tried to...
Second time he's mentioned Logically AI. That is really interesting.
To make a vaccine?
What? I don't know, mate, because we're venturing right into sort of territory. Don't ask me.
Well, you have a killer virus that's coming. It's killing, obviously, a lot of people very quickly. You have an ability through your own scientists
give you a better answer.
to create something that may be an antidote to it.
It might
not be perfect, and there might be a lot of side effects, as there have been with every vaccine in history. Would you, as the leader of the country, have done anything to protect the people from the virus, or would you have just let it do its thing?
In a sense, I have to reject this hypothesis and this condition because it brings to the forefront so many things I disagree with. But by answering the question in the way that I want to, I think, tell you a lot. I'm not saying educate you. I'd never be so.
Yeah. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. He's so pompous. It's insufferable. Please just get it out.
Bold.
Very happy to be educated.
But
hey, by the way, let me ask you guys something. Do you think it would be of interest to anybody? All right. I'm a programmer, and I've been a programmer for many years. I was a software engineer before YouTube 10 years ago. And I've always worked on my own projects on my own time. And I've worked with other people on some projects. I worked on Discord bots back in the day and stuff like that. I have a local AI model just on my computer that's very, very tiny and very basic. And it can answer basic questions. Just simple stuff. You know, it basically absorbed Wikipedia and it can answer simple questions, and it can scan through documents and answer questions about the documents, like when does this happen in the document, or to, read this book or whatever. Very simple. So simple, in fact, that it can run on any computer independently, privately. What would you guys think about me creating a website where you could go to the website and basically download the AI model into your web browser and ask it questions and use it completely offline, like fully independent of no databases on my end. No, you're not even using my resources. You're using yours. Do you think that would be interesting and or useful to people? It wouldn't be powerful. It wouldn't be the most powerful or the most magnificent or incredible or anything, but it could answer basic questions for you. And, you know, you could talk to it or whatever. What do you guys think of it? Would that be interesting? Fully offline, fully on your computer, with absolutely nothing being, you know, transferred to other computers. Basic questions about what? Well, you could ask it to, I don't know, all kinds of shit. Here, let me get some ideas here. Hang on. Hang on 1 second. Okay, couple of examples. If you wanted to have it review a document, a PDF for you, and tell you what is in that PDF, and tell you like, you know, information about that PDF, you could do that. You know, simple, just talking Q&A type of thing. Just ask it questions about things. I might be able to make it so that it could access the web to look things up for you and summarize things. Possibly. Drafting short form content, drafting emails, drafting social media posts, brief descriptions, that kind of thing. Brainstorming. Yeah, that type of deal. Again, it wouldn't be a powerful one. It would have to be weak enough that it could run on pretty much anyone's computer, because it would be a very small model. But it's something I could do. Yes, I can do that. Yes, that is doable. I've been thinking about it. Answer is 42. Anyway, this guy is absolutely insufferable. I cannot stand to listen to him sometimes. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. All right, I'm getting out of here, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun. I will see you guys on Sunday. All right.